friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a Friday stream. It's happening right now. Welcome in, Tanner. This is my first stream in a week. I didn't stream all week long, which is abnormal for the fact that I've been streaming a lot. But we're here. We're here right now, and today we're going to be working on Fresh Spots, which is an app that will let users create and share lists of places to visit. We are currently on day 9. What I just realized is that we're actually missing a stream that didn't get uploaded to YouTube. Because if you look at the YouTube playlist, so if you look at this one only has 7, so I thought today was day 8, but I actually forgot to upload one. So this is technically day 9. This is the 9th time we're working on this thing. And we're going to start off with reviewing and merging some pull requests, and then we're going to try to get the spot list creation working. And finally, we're going to make a plan to get this thing finished. This has been going on way too long. What started as something I didn't want to last more than maybe a couple of streams has now lasted, at this point, 9 streams, like over 2 months. I mean, we've only been doing 1 stream a week. So technically, it's a little over a week's work, sort of. I don't know. There's a lot of, like, stuff we're working on that just has to do with getting it working with Deno and stuff like that. So yeah, we're going to try to work on features today. That's the plan anyways. And also, just in general, like, we probably will either start a project board or a Trello board. Is it sad, Tara, what? Or is it entertaining? You're still coming back, so apparently you're entertained in some way. But I get it. What happened to the hair? I cut it myself today. I looked in the mirror and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna remove a little bit of hair around my ears, because that tends to catch the human eye when you see when it's different, and also it's different than what you're used to. I don't know. Your kids are gonna is that a joke? Like you're gonna be around long enough to have kids, or you already have kids, and you're like, well, we need them to do some work on this. But regardless, I think that's what we're gonna do today. Is we'll work on some features, and then we'll just make a solid plan for like how we're gonna finish this thing out. Because in the world of software, things are really never done. There's always something to work on, but we can set some milestones and say, like, when we reach this point, we can say we're done for now, and then anything else will be like bug fixes or like refactorings of sorts. Yeah. So that's the plan for that. How long may this take? Will we still call it a fresh app? It's fresh. Look, so if you missed last time, this is what we can do. So let me log out. And you could try this out right now if you go to fresh-spots.deno.dev. This is not a fit for Astro. I mean, we probably could make Astro do this thing, but I mean, I think what we're also seeing is like the moment that we load the map. So you can log in with Discord. But the moment that the map loads, there's no longer any purpose in doing server-side rendering. Because all of this has to be client-side. Like, technically, there are ways you can do server-side rendered maps, but, like, look at all of this interaction here. This is meant to be client-side interaction. This is not meant to be server-side rendered. And Deno Fresh actually does a very good job at, like, rendering, doing server-side rendering really fast, but, which, like, a lot of the trouble we've run into is figuring out how to get, like, this map working within the context of something that's being server-side rendered. So, yeah. Yeah, and Maggio is mentioning dun-dun. That's an agile concept. I mean, that has to do with, like, is it tested? Have you met all of the success criteria listed in the user story? And if that's the case, then you can call it dun-dun. The thing is, we don't have user stories. We don't have tests. It's really hard to say whether something is done or not, in this app, at least. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's the issue, is every time we just add more and more to-dos, but we're going to try our best. Yeah. Okay. But so that's the plan for today. If you're interested in that kind of thing, you can check out all the info there. I'm actually curious, like, who is a meaning you. So first of all, have you already seen all this stuff with fresh spots, and you're back to see more, or you're a new viewer? Or a casual viewer, meaning you've seen a few, but you haven't seen all of them. Just let me know, who are you? What's up, Limeotes? I was thinking about people like you, Limeotes, all the people that are like always here, like you and Oscar and Mark, and recently Terawatt and Ryan. I guess I've seen Super Secret Name a little bit, but like there are, in the other Mark, well, both Marks, there are quite a lot of people that are what's the word? You're part of the community, and I appreciate you being here. And I want to do something about that. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I don't know. It'd be cool to have like a. I was thinking about how you're always here too. It's my stream, of course I'm here. Yeah. Oh, I think you missed it, David. But that's why it took me a little bit longer to go live. I did whitelist it. Try embedding something. Yeah. Casually returning. Cool. That's not true, Oscar. You don't own that. Yeah, there's so many things I want to do with the community. cdn.davidsnyder.tech. Oh, you know what? I need to restart the Electron app, because the whitelist is actually in a background process. I can do that. Give me one moment. Oh, it's going to break because I have to use Node version 16. I think it's a Webpack compatibility issue. But yeah, and I appreciate all the compliments on my haircut. Appreciate that. I cut it myself. I said I was gonna go get it professionally done. I guess because I'm not close enough to the camera, you can't tell how bad it is. And also, it's a bit of a mullet. I did not cut the back at all. But that seems to be the new style. People are getting mullets and stuff. Yeah, that worked. There you go, David. The big old image. But yeah, I've been wanting to do stuff with the community. Like, I want to do a hackathon. I also want to do like a community conference where we do like lightning talks and conference talks, but the only people allowed to present have to have been subbed to Coding Garden for like longer than 6 months or something like that. I want to do stuff like that eventually. I've talked about it before. Like, I have a lot of competing priorities right now. But yeah. No, and that's the other thing about a mullet is you can't see the back. And so, because you see me from this direction, it looks like that. If you're a professional at all, it means it's true. I'm a professional in some sense. Yeah. Is svelte a word that describes someone's style? Yeah. And so all I know is that I am going to do the ticketed event. I think there was enough interest. So I did a YouTube poll, a Twitch poll, and like a straw poll. And amongst all of those, someone could have voted twice, but still, there's probably at least 100 people that said they're somewhat interested. I mean, if you look at the overall yes votes, it's like close to 300, but how many of them are actually going to be available and actually buy a ticket? So all of that to say, I'm going to do it. I don't know when, but I will announce it like a month ahead of time. And Julian, thank you for that sub. A person that is slender and elegant. Ooh. Okay. I'm not very slender though. That's the other thing about streaming is you can't see below here. You don't see how big my belly is. Yeah. Oh, well, it wouldn't be an in-person thing. So the ticketed event would be, and that's the other thing I'd have to look into. It would be like you would buy an exclusive ticket to watch a live stream that only certain people are allowed to get into. That's the idea. So it would still be virtual or like remote, but tickets would be like between $1 and $5. Okay, let's write a little bit of code. There's an issue that was opened up by CodeBrains. Thank you, CodeBrains, for opening the issue. They mentioned the accessibility of the chat overlay. And this is something that I didn't think about because I just thought that most people watching... So it's the thing is, like, there's people have all different ways of watching me and preferences about how they watch me. And for instance, like, if you look at my edited videos where I was using focus mode, it's really hard to read the chat behind me. But I've gotten so many YouTube comment complaints that are like, turn the chat off. Like, I do not want to see the chat. I'm just here to learn. I want to listen to you. I don't want to see the chat. But I know there are some people that actually do want to see the chat. And every now and then when I'm in focus mode, I reference the chat, even though I technically shouldn't be reading chat. So CodeBrains opened an issue, and they're like, hey, can you increase the contrast? Because I want to read this even though it's focus mode, and I can't. And I get that. So the compromise I'm going to make is I'm going to make it... is it the She-Boss's birthday? Come on. Oh, man, I missed it! I can't believe I missed it, the She-Boss. You know what? We need a running community calendar of everyone's birthdays. And thank you for that gift. That's the opposite. We should all be gifting you things, the She-Boss. Yeah, similar, David, but it would be ticketed and it wouldn't be on Twitch or YouTube because you will not be able to watch the VOD. You had to be there to see it. So yeah, that's the idea. But I'll sing you happy birthday, the She-Boss, because I had no idea, and I should write that down. Everyone remember, September 12th is the She-Boss's birthday. September 12th. What's up, Vedith? I cut my hair this morning. That's it. Yeah, like, I could come up with all sorts of ways of doing this, right? Because, like, that's similar to what well, not similar, but the coding train does a thing where he actually records multiple sources, and then when it goes to the edit, they can pick and choose which source they want. My setup is extremely simple. I literally just edit the VOD from Twitch. Like, there's no multiple cameras, multiple sources, or anything like that. But technically, yeah, like, I could record my green screen self separately. I could record my screen separately. Yeah, there's ways I could go about it. I think the fix right now is that when I hover over the chat, it is no longer transparent. That's the fix that I'm gonna do. Yeah. Okay. So we'll sing some happy birthday, and then what I'm gonna do here is if I'm in focus mode, when I read the chat, I need to make it a point to hover over the chat so that people can read it. Though that doesn't solve the entire problem because it kind of sounds like CodeBrains wants to be able to read the chat all the time. So I'll probably decrease the opacity a little bit for that too. Yeah. The point of focus mode is so that I can actually get work done. Because, I mean, ideally so that I don't get distracted and so that I just do the thing that I'm set on doing. I mean, honestly, I could also just hide the chat. But then you get all these people coming into the stream and they're like, is this live? Like, he's not paying attention to the chat. What's happening here? So I wanted to be very explicit about the fact that, oh yeah, I forgot. I need to turn on closed captions. There. Hello. Test. 1, 2. Great. Yes, Vedith, and that's exactly it. That's a distraction because it's in the chat. And so, like, I mean, the fact that I'm streaming live on Twitch, like, I want people to know that I am actually live and this isn't a recording of sorts, which is why it's kind of why I leave the chat on even though it's in focus mode. But, and it also, like, reminds people to, like, stay on topic. Because a lot of people like to have side conversations, and if I'm working on something else, you probably shouldn't be talking about other things. I don't know. All right. How's the weather in Denver? I don't know. You tell me. 75 degrees. It's beautiful. The weather in Denver is amazing. This is the perfect time of year. But I haven't been outside today, so. I mean, I haven't been outside In 2 days? I don't go outside much. Yeah. Yeah, so I've worked with Zod quite a bit. I mean, we worked with Zod. I won't be able to pinpoint it because we've worked with Zod in this code base, and then we've also worked with Zod in the. I mean, probably the one you might be thinking of is when we did the CRUD API. This one, and we used Zod here for. I mean, but actually, we didn't even use it that much. If you look at the code. It's literally one spot where we used Zod. Right here. That's literally all we did. We have a tiny little validator. And then I guess technically I do create more validators to do the actual validation. Where do you see the dead pixel? Kajanga? But right here, we actually pass in a Zod validator to validate the incoming requests as well. You check that out. So cdg.sh is really just used for my links that I want to share. All right, what are we doing? We're gonna sing Happy Birthday. Oh, I guess that's not a dead pixel, but it is. It is a thing. You can really see my haircut when I. Do this. Oh, it's tiny. Okay. The new OBS is pretty slick, by the way. Like, they've had a lot of like quality of life features, and it just looks great. I think it's called OBS 28. Yeah. All right. Let's sing Happy Birthday. I have to tune my ukulele though. Thanks, Bob. It's been a while since I sang Happy Birthday, too. The thing is, I don't use the proper chords for it. I use these chords, and then I try to fit the tune to those chords. So we'll give it a try. And while I'm singing, everyone say Happy Birthday to the She-Boss. Just at her in chat. The She-Boss. Happy birthday. And send her some cake, too. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I told you I don't. Happy birthday to the She-Boss. Happy birthday to you. Let's try one more time. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to the She-Boss. Happy birthday to you. Good times. Happy birthday. Sorry we missed it, the She-Boss. That actually is something. It's something we need to put on the like the list of things to build or to do. Community birthday calendar. And the She-Boss is September 12th. I think that's right? You said it was Monday? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, also, that goes out to everyone that has a birthday in the month of September. Don't touch the code, just add new to-dos. Okay, so let's write some code. The first thing I'm going to do is this focus mode thing. So when I go into focus mode, I want to be able to hover over, like, if I hover over the chat, I should remove the opacity. So let's do that. Is that true, Imposter Engineer? Also, I should end focus mode because there's so many chats happening that I actually do want to read. And I want the people that are watching to be able to read the chat. Speaking of community things, I've signed up for the newsletter like 5 times and still don't get anything. I've checked my junk and spam and nothing. You have to confirm. So after you sign up, you'll get an email and you have to click a link in that email that will actually confirm. Have you done that? Or you're not even getting the confirmation email? If you're not getting the confirmation email, then I need to look into that. Okay. Below the video on Twitch, there's a chat badge, and yeah, I need to update that too. You know, should this just be a day where we work on the channel instead of fresh? We're gonna work on fresh spots eventually. Update about section. And Freak Zombie, thank you for that resub. Happy Friday to you as well. And you haven't gotten into either code with Sarah? And you didn't even get the confirmation email? For a lot of people, it did end up in spam. I actually did some work recently to get like a static IP address for my mail server. But yeah. So if you're on the live notifications list, check your spam folder. Yeah, and actually, I mean, well, I would say don't add me to your contacts because this is something that I want to fix for people like in the future. Like I don't want to have them to add me to their contacts. So let me look at my list of subscribers. I mean, obviously you probably don't want to say what your email is in the chat. DM me on Discord. I'll take a look at it after stream, but DM me your email on Discord if you have not been receiving any of the notifications, email notifications. And I will try to fix it. All right. Let's write the code. So, right now, I believe this has something about focus. Oh, it's literally right there. So when we're in focus mode, we blur 1 pixel and give it an opacity of 3. But if we were to hover, let's remove the opacity and the blur. That's it. That should actually fix it. You got the confirmation email immediately to your spam. That's unfortunate. Yeah, if this happens for anyone else, like DM me on Discord because I actually want to debug it with you because I want to see what Gmail says about the email. Because as far as I know, the server that I'm sending it from is only on one spam list, and that spam list has to do with the host that I'm using, not with my individual IP address. And I don't think Gmail uses that spam list. It's possible that I sent so many emails early on that people, when I didn't have a dedicated IP address, and now Gmail just thinks it's all spam. But I think the first time you mark it as not spam, it will no longer go to spam. Okay. Yeah, so now if I hover, it comes back. The issue, though, is if the window isn't focused, then it doesn't work. So we might have to... Yeah, I mean, one thing I can do is honestly, like, we don't even really need to hover. Let's remove the filter blur and just go to like half, like that. Like that is infinitely more readable than before. And then if I do that, it's like really readable. How would you all say? The thing is, like, I don't spam you on my mailing list. All it is like, I want to keep track of the people that actually care about my community and like want to be a part of my community. Because it's so, I mean, it's interesting to think about, because I actually only have about 400 people subscribed to my mailing list. And then if you look at the new archive channel, there's like roughly 400 people subscribe to that. Just go to my channel. Roughly 400 people. So it's like, even though I've been doing this for like 5 years and I have 100,000 YouTube subscribers, I think the current active community is like around 400 people. I think there are still quite a few people on that are subscribed to the main channel, but like don't follow every single VOD, but still care about what I do. Because like that recent poll that I did, see, that's the other thing. Like, it got roughly 400 votes. So, I think you all just saw all of my accounts, didn't you? I don't think I have it. There's anything secret in there. Let's see. Yeah, so this is actually a course that I ran a while back called React for Web Developers. All of the lessons are completely free on GitHub. And honestly, I was thinking about, so I did this course actually a year ago for an organization called YLI, which is the Young Leaders of America's initiative. Oh, people already know my name. Like, it's not super easy to find my name or my last name, but people already know my name. Yeah, people already know this. Like, if you're newer, you might not know this, but people already know this, which is why I'm not afraid to show that. Well, I know that like, even if you weren't joking, there are certain people that have mentioned it before. They're like, hey, are you sure you want to reveal that? People have known my name before. But yeah, this was a course that I did. But actually, I thought, what if I could turn this into a Udemy course? This would actually be much easier to do because I already have all of the content. Would anyone be interested in a course called React for Web Developers? The target of this course are people that already know HTML, CSS, and basic JavaScript, and this will introduce you to modern web development and React. Okay, so apparently that wasn't the case. Most births happen in August, July, and September. Yeah. So the Sheeposs would be interested. That's good. Yeah. And Phoenix Rising would be interested too. And so the whole idea with this course was like, there are a lot of people that know basic web dev, but are not at all familiar with like modern web dev. And when I say modern, I just mean like build tools, all of these like meta languages like JSX and stuff like that. And so that's what this course would teach you, is like basically how we do modern web dev stuff. And then it would teach you about the basics of React. Yeah. What video has the most views on your channel, a Vue or a React video? Probably React. Yeah, it is. It is, because it's the well, this one is just a backend. And then the front. Actually, the front end with this was built with Vue, but this one, the full stack travel log, I'm pretty sure I used React. Yeah, I used React on that. React is just more popular. It is, like, hands down. Modern web development with React, not and React. So, like, modern web development is React, honestly. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I was thinking. So that's what I was up against. So, like, this whole past week, I was like working on my course and like also doing things related to the course, and it's just like, I don't think I'm going to be done anytime soon, because I feel like my full stack 101 course is just going to turn into a boot camp. Like, I can't, there's too much on the chopping block. So instead of removing things and only doing like the higher level stuff or this only doing a few things. I want to do everything, and I just don't have the time for that. Like, I want to release a course sooner than later so that I can focus more on streaming for a while. And if I were to release this as a course, I'm saying that it would be easier because I already have a lot of the materials ready to go. It would still take some work because a lot of these do need more specific exercises, but it would be easier to release a course sooner, is all I'm saying. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, David. And I understand that. I feel like there's a lot of people in your boat as well. Yeah, not Angular just because React is the most popular. Super secret name. What was your message? Can I link the YouTube channel? No. I mean, I can. There's no videos on it. I created that channel and then I uploaded the unlisted videos from when because I gave this as a course basically on a Zoom call. So this was 8 classes over a 1-month time span. We had 2 classes a week, and you would tune in on Zoom. I would record the Zoom session and then upload it to YouTube as unlisted. Like, that's another thing that I actually could do as well, is if you want to kind of like attend it, not in person, but virtually, almost like like something that you would attend in person, but you attend twice a week in the evenings, and it's just me and like 30 or less students. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. A lot of people that like Vue are subscribed to me compared to React, but there's also a lot of beginners subscribed to me that don't know React yet. Yeah. How much money would it take to get me to take a job teaching web development 1 day a week? And welcome in, Mr. T. McGush, for 3-month resub. That's awesome. Exactly the break I needed from working on my first database design. Well, welcome in. Glad we could be your distraction. I honestly don't know, right? I mean, like, if I could make an entire month's salary in a day, or like an entire month's salary in 4 days, so like 1 day a week, heck yeah, I'd do that. But that's a lot of money. Nobody's gonna pay me that. But I think that's another potential revenue stream, right? Is if I start to do like paid classes, remote paid classes. Basically, you pay $30, $50, I don't know, and then you get to tune in a couple days a week to learn a specific thing. I mean, I have to do the work of creating the curriculum and creating the exercises and stuff like that, but yeah. Oh no, the country has always been there. That's always been there. The backend repo for my chat overlay. Oh, it's literally just called API. Yeah. How do you burn your popcorn while keeping it 50% unpopped? That's the thing, Veritatis. I've always thought about this in terms of like bagged microwaved popcorn. Like, once the kernel pops for the initial kernels, that's already cooked, right? They have to stay in the bag for another minute long while all these other kernels pop. So it would make sense that they would burn. So why don't they burn more often? But you're in the opposite boat of where you've only popped 50% and it's still burnt. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with the wattage of the microwave. Wait. What happened? Private username? What did you say? Privé. I wonder if we could break something. Oh yeah. So I specifically I specifically allow things to be rendered in my chat, but only certain things. Yeah, that's part of the allure. And part of what makes it fun to hang out in the chat, because you can try and hack the overlay. A few people have done it. Yeah, I would consider like Mongo, Express, React, and Node, but the thing is, I probably need to do something with Next.js. I don't know. What is this? This is always what the stream is like. You're just used to the highlights. This is Coding Garden. Welcome. I'm glad to hear that, the she boss, because that's kind of what I think about too. Like, whenever when I went to college or university, I didn't learn anything about how the real world and how real apps actually worked. And then I got into the real world, and what I realized, like, and I only realized this through experience, is most apps are web apps. Like, most people with a computer science degree are actually working on web-based applications, whether that's front end or back end. It all, like, almost everything is a web app. Of course, there's still like desktop apps and embedded programming, and backends that aren't written with JavaScript, but this technically might be web backends, and so you still have to know about like JSON and potentially know about the clients that are consuming your APIs. That's what they don't tell you, and I think just most computer scientists don't want to admit it or don't realize it, that like the majority of the programming happening in the world actually is web programming, whether you like JavaScript or not. I don't know. Okay, I think I'm happy with this focus mode fix. And I'll handle those to-dos later. Let's get into writing some code. Well, first off, before we write some code, we need to review and merge some pull requests. And I'll be honest, Limotes and Oscar, who both redeemed a focus mode, I'm just not going to use focus mode anymore. Like, I will not look at the chat when I'm actually trying to do work. But I right now I just don't know if there's enough contrast. And if more people want to read the chat than not. And so I think like leaving the chat on is the better compromise, right? Because if you want to read the chat, you can. But I specifically, I won't look. I won't look at the chat. So first of all, let's look at our PRs. So Oscar, I believe, has two PRs. Okay, so for the first one, I think is a pretty solid merge. Yeah, no conflicts. They just updated how migrations work. Chat. This is Chromium because it's running inside of Electron. This is Firefox. But this is an update that won't really touch any of the code that we're working on because they specifically just cleaned up how we're doing migrations. They moved it, moved the utils to a separate file, moved the like provider and everything to a separate file. They updated how that works because I guess we never updated the migrations to begin with. So that makes sense. Yeah. So I'm just going to go ahead and squash and merge this. Basically, it doesn't change any of the application code. It mainly changes how the database is migrated. So I'm going to squash it. So they actually have 1, 2, 3, 4. They have 4 commits. I'm going to squash all of those commits into a single commit. So that way on the main branch, there's only 1 commit from Oscar. That will literally just be simplify migrations. Yeah, let's merge it. I mean, technically, what I should do is I should pull those changes down and make sure that it works. But I trust Oscar. I'm not gonna do all of the. I know it probably works. It probably works. And if it doesn't work, I'll fix it. And then this is a quick change, I think, to my editor config. Yeah, so turning quick suggestions inside of strings on. And that should fix the issue we've been having where we don't get tailwind completion. So we're going to merge that too. The worst that could happen is that it breaks, but it's my app, so I'd have to fix it anyway. Cool. So I merged those changes in. Let's pull down the latest. Great. And I should be able to do Deno task migrate up. Is broken. You broke it, but it's fine. I'll fix the migrations really quick. Yeah. So I will adjust that because if you have an open source project and you're just like willy-nilly merging in people's code, That's absolutely something you want to look out for, is like people introducing like vulnerable dependencies, or people adding code that you may not have realized. But I'll show you really quick. Wait, no, that's not even it. Simplify migrations. This is the one. But I looked at the code that they changed, and they didn't do anything malicious. So they didn't add any new dependencies. They literally moved code from one file to the other. Like, they're not doing anything crazy here. They're not reading my .env and sending it to some other server. They're not installing viruses or Trojans or anything like that. Like, I know I casually just merged this thing, but it's because I trust Oscar. It's basically like Oscar and I are pairing on this app, because Oscar has helped a ton. So let it be known, I trust those changes. And this bug that just happened should be easy enough to fix. So if we go into the migrate utils, close all the tabs. DB, migrate utils. It's true. Yeah. So like I could get to a point where I trust Oscar enough, and then they do something malicious, but I don't know. All right, we have actually a lot of unresolved things. So Keasley, let's see how are we importing Keasley over here? Oh yeah, so it needs to come in from the dependencies, because we updated that. And then everything else we will just reference off of Keasley. All this. So everywhere there's a red squiggly. Why is that a red squiggly? Complicitly has the any type. No. What is sources DB even from? I'll have to fix that. I don't know what that even is. Spaghetti code? Here's the thing. Add column. Schema with dates is an any type? Oh, that's why. That's why. So this takes in a schema, and so that's why I'm not getting type completion over here, because it doesn't know what it is. Exclamation mark theme in the chat will get you a link to my theme. And then that should fix the type completion. Yeah, okay. Great. Can I access flags before initialization? Oscar, you really did mess up this code. Man. Okay, it's fine. It's gonna be a pretty easy fix. So flags, I do believe we imported from dependencies. You might have made this pull request before we started moving things over to this file. Yeah, the font is in my settings as well. So if you do exclamation mark VS Code settings, I think, it talks about my theme and my font as well. This font's called Anonymous Pro. Oscar, come on, Oscar. We'll fix that file. I'm pretty sure you made the changes before I made the update, so it's fine. It's fine. So yeah, we import flags there, and then this is okay. Let's call this standard flags. STD stands for standard, because it comes from the standard library. All you third graders laughing at STD, look, it's the standard library. Okay, that's the winner. Up or down flag is missing. Is it just dash up? It's just up. How do I pass in a flag? just like that. Yeah, okay. Nice. We got there. Double, quadruple, wait. How do I convert emotes to images on the back end? They are turned into markdown image syntax. I can point you to that really quick. Yeah, and then this error is like your database isn't running, connection refused. So we're good to go there. So if you look in source lib parse emotes, whenever I parse a message, I replace it with so here's the magic coder here, like this replace. It replaces the emote with its corresponding markdown image. Yeah, so and so I use markdown, and like technically you could do an image tag here instead, but I just use markdown, and then my front end takes that markdown and renders it. And it's me, Delano. Thank you very much for that gift. Much appreciated. But all this talk of font and code theme and stuff like that reminded me that I created a Wikipedia theme. So, for instance, if you look up JavaScript on Wikipedia, you get this cool theme that I made. And one of the things that I did is I manually went in to whenever they do source code highlighting. So they're not using a library for this. I believe this is all like handled server side or something. But I went in to the CSS and I made it so that the embedded code on Wikipedia uses my font, Anonymous Pro, and uses a theme that's fairly similar to the theme that I use in VS Code. So I was pretty proud of this because it's pretty interesting when you look at how they do it. I mean, this is how all highlighting libraries work. Like they basically wrap keywords in spans and give it a specific class. But then in my code, I've went in and overrode what each of those things should be. But no, that's the thing. So when you're reading big blocks of text, you want it to be a serif font. Your eyes and your brain can more easily differentiate between the letters versus a sans serif font where things can kind of like merge together. So if you're reading a lot of text, you actually do want it to be a serif font. Yeah, it didn't take long because I actually forked, and actually we can look at userstyles.world is where I publish it. And actually, I only learned about this recently. I had been going to userstyles.org, but userstyles.org is still by the stylish people, and stylish is not a good extension. You want stylus instead. So you can install the stylus extension, and then you can install this theme there. But if you look at the code, so I found this one on user styles, but it was last updated in 2018. So I just copied their source over and then started to like update it and make a few changes. Like I used green because it's the coding garden and I like green. And there are a bunch of other things that's changed since they created that theme. Yeah, and like you could fork this theme and you could change it so that whenever there's a code embed, it actually uses like Fira code instead or something like that. Right now I'm just using Anonymous Pro. But you can see the source code here. But this is actually a stream that I want to do where we set up a CSS project, a modern CSS project, because we haven't done something like that in a while, where essentially we would have like a build process that would clean up our CSS code. And we could put it into multiple files, have like a variables file and all that stuff. And then ultimately that would build this file, because right now, and so that's the thing I've been looking into. I wouldn't use Sass. I would just use post CSS with preset env, because CSS nesting is coming. It's coming. It has not been implemented in any web browser yet, but there is a stage 1 proposal for CSS that will allow us to nest things just like we do in Sass. And so basically all of the features of Sass are slowly being added to the core CSS language. And so if you use something like post CSS, it'll be here closer to like, maybe, let's say like 2 years maybe. But post CSS is kind of like Babel. Like, so how Babel is for JavaScript, post CSS is for CSS, and that you can use upcoming features of CSS using like a plugin. And so we can write CSS as if these features existed today, but then it just turns it into regular CSS. Like technically you could still use Sass and post CSS, but I think it makes sense to just use post CSS because most of the features of Sass are already in like upcoming CSS features. But that's a thing that I want to do probably sometime next week. Set this up as a project with post CSS and everything else, and refactor this CSS code. Will there ever be an HTML6? I wouldn't say Sass is dying. I mean, I think it's like. It's just that all of the things that it does, like, so Sass was created for a reason, right? Like, we didn't have variables in CSS. We didn't have functions and mix-ins and stuff like that. And so, like, Sass is useful for that. But as these things get added to the actual CSS language, then you don't really need it as much anymore. So... yeah, so Sass would technically get transpiled to CSS, and then that CSS would then be run through post CSS to fix anything that isn't supported in all browsers yet. So yeah, okay, that was a quick aside, a fun little aside. Let's start up Docker and start up the DB. Welcome in, Pablo. We have gotten nothing done. we merged some pull requests. That's about it. That's about it. Docker is not ready yet. You fought Docker and NPM all day? I remember days like that. I mean, we've spent days like that here on the Coding Garden. Okay, good stuff. We merged those in. We're going to work on the actual creation page. So like right now, actually, honestly, I hate looking at this ugly map. We're gonna figure out how to get a better map theme before we move any further. So that's the next thing we'll do is we'll look at tile providers and find a good map theme. And then we'll actually try to get this functionality working. So we'll have a backend route that will actually allow people to create lists, a backend route which will insert spots for a list, that kind of thing. Let's review any of the issues, see if there's anything we need to take a look at. We use squishy cookies, so I'm going to close this. There's still AI-generated images. Cool. If you all want to contribute, we've been putting like dinosaur and map into various AI things, and you can post your AI-generated dino map images on that issue. We have the homepage design proposal, which we're gonna use. And then definitely adding, this is something that we'll just take into account. So actually, I had a question, Oscar. Why would we use an atom from NanoStores versus using a signal? Like, why wouldn't we just use a signal from Preact for this? Yeah, and that's kind of what I want to do. So when you go to the homepage, if as a non-logged in user, and actually I'll go ahead and start up my app locally. We could swap out the various images here. You haven't missed much, Fob. We're just getting started. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to look into map theming, because right now we're using the default leaflet map with like a CSS invert, and it does not look good. So I want to look into this service, Stadia Maps, because they, I believe, will let me sign up and then get access to various map themes. And with the free plan, we get 2,500 map views a day. That's probably fine for what we're doing. I think the other thing is, like, last time we actually just ran into API leaks coming. The last time we ran into an issue where, like, we had been using the map on my computer. Oh, now I want to remove the oh no, where's that CSS? Oh, it's here. See, doesn't this just look so much better? It looks great. It's a really nice map. I honestly wouldn't even mind paying that much a month if we were getting that much use in this app. Yeah. I mean, it would be really hard to add rate limiting because, like, with the map API key, you can't hide that on the back end. Like, the front end needs that to actually be able to load the tiles. I mean, it's possible. Like, we could look at OpenStreetMap tiles. Tile usage. WikiTile? WikiTMS? Ooh, this is cool. Black and white map. Yeah, I mean, you technically could create a, like, that's a whole other thing, though, because, like, you could create a proxy and then that proxy could cache stuff, which would reduce the overall amount of requests that you're actually making to their tile map server. But then you have to deal with your own server and its bandwidth and everything else. So yeah, but we can look into see, like, what other map tile, like, there might be another open source completely free one. So, Carto seems to have a dark theme. Client-side token bucket? We'd have to write, in that, if something like that, we'd have to write our own little service worker, wouldn't we, to, like, intercept requests to their tile server? Tile map service is a protocol for serving up map tiles. What does the pricing look like for Carto? $200 a month. That's a lot of money. I know also. So I've used this in the past. There is Mapbox Tile Maker, but I don't know. Can we use Mapbox tiles in a leaflet map? Yeah. Oh, I'll take a look, Pablo. Let's see what you got. Oh, that's nice. Oh, Limos has some too. Oh, there's tons. Is it dinosaur with, like, what, some apples or something like that? And here's the link off to Dolly. Oh, the link is broken, Paolo. Oh, they're limes. I see. I get it. I see. Yeah, that's a lot of work, though. And I think we looked at the leaflet providers before. That's how we found this nice dark map. But the issue is, after a certain amount of usage locally, like, they say we can't use it anymore. I am curious about it. Yeah, so, like, what's the pricing for Mapbox tiling service? Maps. Vector Tiles API? 200,000 monthly tile requests for free. Static tiles, 200,000. I haven't planned Coding After Dark or Coding Garden After Dark yet. I just know that there's enough interest that I will do it at some point. Probably. I mean, it would be cool to do it like around Halloween. We have like a Halloween party where we just get wasted. so look forward to it sometime next month. I'll start planning and stuff like that. Mapbox tiles. I've used this on a project in the past. I just forgot how it works. Yeah, so we should be able to use it, but I know that Mapbox actually has a lot of like pre-configured tile sets with like nice dark themes and stuff like that. Cheers, CV. Okay, I'm gonna sign up for Mapbox because I want to be able to like because there's also like there's the tile service thingy. Like if we look at their products and we look at Mapbox tiling service, they will let us create a theme and then they host those tiles for us. But we also could, I believe, they have like a tile editor that would let us download all of the tiles and even host them on our own server if we wanted to. That's like a lot of hosting to do, though. I'm going to sign up. You got the image? Let's see. Oh, nice. I'll show it. Look at him. He's a little cartographer. The prompt was watercolor drawing of a dinosaur in the desert with an explorer hat keeping a folded map in his hands. Digital art. It's really awesome. Is it a caching API? What exactly is a tile? So, when you use a map like this, it is actually broken down into little squares based on zoom level. So you can see that if I zoom out really quick, it's white. And that's because when I get to a certain zoom level, it actually needs to request a square image for every single section that I'm viewing right now. And so, like, let's say I'm at zoom level 20. There's literally a square here, a square here, a square, square, square. Like, it's filled with squares. And so those are the tiles. And then as I zoom in, it has to request those tiles to then overlay onto the page. So pretty much every map you use on the web works this way. Some maps don't use tiles, they actually use SVGs instead, but it's still a similar process where instead of requesting tile images from a tile server, it's requesting geometry in the form of SVG from a server, which is then being returned and then rendered as SVG in the browser. Yeah. But yeah, basically think of this as being chopped up into a bunch of little squares. And then all of those squares have to come from a server. And if you look at the network tab, you can actually see all of those being requested. And I mean, the reason that we do this is because like you don't want to have to download every zoom level, every zoom level for every map on planet Earth. You want to target it to what the user is doing. So you can see like, as I zoom out, it requested all of these tiles. And you can see like each one of these is just like one little section of the map at that specific zoom level. So yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I think that's the issue with this cache, though, is like we basically would have to cache all of these map tile URLs. We could like write an interceptor and then cache it, but still that only works for that one user. I don't know. I'm signing up. Give me a second. I'm gonna sign up for this service. See you, super secret. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. Yeah, I'm not scared of service workers. That's not what I'm trying to do right now. Like I literally want to plug in a map tile provider and forget about it. Like I do not want to have to write like a caching layer, and it's not going to be as simple as you think. I can guarantee it. Like there would be a lot of work to get those actual tiles cached, and then like I said, it's only caching them for that one user. It's not caching them for all of your users, and that's why you'd want some sort of like back end process for that. I'm pretty sure the migrations work. Give me a second. Okay, Mapbox apparently wants my credit card, even though I'm signing up for a free account. That's lame. Luckily, I use a service that lets me generate credit cards. So I'm going to do that right now. And then I can set a limit so that they don't charge me anything. I don't want to say the service because they're not paying me. The thing is, they probably could pay me. Like I'm pretty sure they do like affiliates and stuff like that. Adding credit card failed. Please try again. Man, all I'll say is that it's a very private service. Did I type it in wrong? Oh no, I think apparently it went through, and then I just got an email. I mean, it is like I've been using this service for years now. It works really well. You can create virtual cards, set limits on those cards, so that way like they're all tied to a specific vendor. So one card, let's say that company had a data breach, that card can't be used by any other merchant. It can only be used by the one that you specify whenever you create the card. I'm in. That's really funny. So the sign up page failed, but I think technically it went through. Honestly, actually, no. I can tell. Here, I'll tell it to you, and I think I can create. I can create an affiliate link. Yeah, give $5, get $5. Huh? You all could just give me a bunch of money. I'm gonna do that right now. Right now. I'm just gonna confirm that, like, when you use my link, does it say my name or anything like that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's US only. I think it's US only. Should be fine. Should be fine. Well, I don't know. I actually don't know if it's US only. You all can tell me when you try to sign up. There's probably similar ones though, but okay. I guess I'm just gonna go. I don't know. I at this point I probably just need to sell out so I can make a living and pay my bills. But privacy.com, this is what it is. It might just be US based. And the way that it works is you actually link up a bank account to it, and then the cards that you can create or generate are actually debit cards. And so like the example they're showing there is like someone literally created a card that they only use for Netflix. You can also use this to like sign up for free trials and stuff like that, just to make sure that they don't charge your card. But there you go. If you want to sign up, click that link. That should give me $5. I'm actually curious though. Like, I don't think it's gonna like. They shouldn't dox me. Like, submitting an affiliate link shouldn't dox me. You probably could add those cards to other services like Apple Pay. Yeah, yeah. But once a single charge has been charged to that card, all future charges can only come from that same vendor. So it locks it down so that like the card you made for Netflix only works for Netflix. Yeah. So if this interests you, sign up there. I will say though, like if you are a criminal and you're trying to use a service like this to like hide your purchases and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure that this company is just like owned by the US government, and all of your transactions, even though they're like private and even though you can like create payment options for various vendors without them knowing who you actually are, the people that own this company are probably providing this service so that they can catch criminals. So like, I don't use it for anything illegal or any kind of like criminal activity. It's just nice to not have my main credit card in the databases of all of these companies out there. So pretty much everything I pay for online, I create a separate merchant card for that. Yeah. So you have to be a U.S. resident. That's unfortunate. Yeah. And that's the other interesting thing, though, is you can, whenever you're paying with the card, you can put any billing address. So you don't have to put your home address if that's something that you want to keep private as well. Do they offer the same protections as a credit card company? So I've never had to deal with chargebacks or anything like that, but I'm guessing that they might be able to help you. But if you remember what I said earlier, like no one besides the merchant can make a purchase. And so like one thing you can do is you can you set a monthly spending limit. So for example, is this bad to show? I guess I'll show it. So like this is the card that I just generated. Oh, it's nice and see-through. But I just generated this card for Mapbox. I gave it a name of Mapbox, but I can also set a funding limit. So I can say that like this merchant can't charge more than $5 a month. It would decline the transaction if they tried to. So you have that protection. But like I said, if someone found this credit card number and tried to charge it somewhere else, that would just be denied because it's not from this specific merchant. I don't know. Oh, that's true. I didn't even think of that. You need to have access to that billing address, though. But yeah, you're totally right. Some sites work that way. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, it's legit. I have literally, I can look and see how old my account is. I've been using them for years. Actually, I have no way to tell, but I've been using them for years. Works fine. Works fine. Okay. Add over. Cool. Exclamation mark privacy if you, if that interests you. I swear, if the amount of people sign up that give me $5, like, that's kind of crazy. I mean, I think that's why, like, affiliate links exist. That's why brand deals exist. Like, we both benefit, right? I make money. The brand or the company gets new clients and such. Yeah. Increase it to 10. We'll see how many people actually sign up and how many people actually use it, but that'll buy my groceries for this month. Oh, that's the other cool thing. Yeah, so like if you accidentally leak a credit card, you just close the card, and then that card that number can never be used again. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like that's a totally valid concern, Grotto. Like you basically, to use this service, you have to give them access to your bank account. So you probably shouldn't give them access to like your main bank account. Maybe you have like a side bank account or something like that. But that is something to consider. But I will say, like, they're a reputable company. They've been around for a long time. So yeah. You're not getting their confirmation email? Well. How do they make money? I have no idea. I think they're not there to make money. I think they're there to actually catch criminals. I think that's, honestly, if I had to be completely honest. How do they not run out of credit card numbers? I honestly don't know. But basically they work like they are a bank that can issue debit cards. That's essentially how it all works, because they can just issue new debit cards. Okay, here we are. Obviously, you can see my API token, but that's okay. This is my public token that's going to be embedded on the website anyways. I want to create a map. And so Mapbox has this studio thing where I can choose a style. So like if I search for dark style, or get inspiration in the style gallery. Ooh, this is it. Okay. So I can find a nice dark theme, and then we can just fork it and use it. Here it is, dark by Mapbox. I'm more curious of like how the roads look. Yeah, this is pretty good. Okay. All right, if I just want to use this, what do I do? I don't know. New style? Oh, I can, okay, yeah, so I can choose my base. Oh. Okay, so this is, yeah, I get that, the She-Boss. There has to honestly be something better that I can do to make sure that doesn't happen, especially late at night. I should be more cognizant of it when it's late at night. Light and dark base maps tailored to in-app navigation. Navigation day, navigation night. Basic, streets, monochrome, dark. Ooh. Good to know, CKC Richard. I never paid for them. I've signed up. I've used their cards. I think like they're probably making money off of me, like because they have my data. So yeah. So I like this so far. I'm concerned more about like when we get to street level, because there are certain map styles that just start to like hide street names and stuff. This one's pretty good. I like this one. So we're gonna go with, well, yeah, monochrome dark. What about streets? Is there like a streets dark? Yeah, I'm gonna go with monochrome dark. Ooh, what about midnight? No, monochrome dark. And then from there, so I've done this before in the past. This brings you into Studio, and then you can modify, oh, you can even change the font. Like you can change what font is used for like street names and stuff like that. And you can change the colors, but for now, I'm just gonna go with the default font here. Let's see if we can use it. Yeah. I'll just like add it to my app and see what it looks like. But yeah, you can change fonts. All right, I want to share style URL. Let's see. Yeah, we could change it to Comic Sans. Okay, so Mapbox tile URL with style URL. Oh yeah, we could change the green to be our green theme. That's, well, I kind of want the icons to be green as well though. Leaflet Mapbox. Style URLs do not work with Mapbox or Leaflet directly. When using Mapbox, you can use a style URL to add a style layer. These libraries use the static tiles API to render raster tiles from Mapbox Studio with that. Huh. So l.mapbox.style layer. We could probably use that because so right now we have this tile layer component, which is coming from the Preact leaflet. Let's look at Preact leaflet to see how they created the tile layer in their source code, because we could mimic what they did to do the style layer. So if we look at tile layer, this is a React component that says create layer with URL. And create layer is here. Create layer says new layer dot layer type, and then adds it to the map. Layer type I think is it. Are they setting this to URL? Oh no, type of layer. First arg prop. I mean, I kind of just want a component that takes in the map and then does just like layer.add. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like this thing doesn't render anything. It just accesses the internal map instance to add things to it. Because if you look at this example, this literally does capital L dot mapbox dot style layer. And so over here, we get access to the map. Eventually, we get access to the leaflet map itself. But does this have... I'm curious how they're doing l.mapbox. That might be a separate library. Preact. So first of all, Preact is a fast 3 kilobyte alternative to React. So we're using Preact. And then Leaflet is a library for working with maps. Preact Leaflet allows us to use this Leaflet library, which is usually meant to just be vanilla JavaScript, like it's not tied to any specific framework. So Preact Leaflet is a Preact wrapper around Leaflet that lets us use components inside of our Preact app. Let's see what you got, Oscar. Oh, it's easier than we thought. Oh, oh, where did it go? Here it is. Okay. Third party integration URL. Access token. Carto. Ooh, yeah, there it is. So tiles, ZXY, and then we're not using the R anywhere, but let's see what we get. So just by using that URL, let's see what we get. Nice. Thank you, Oscar. You figured it out. Okay, so we don't have to do any like weird JavaScript stuff. We can literally reference the map URL directly. I like that. Less steps is better. Now we can make some changes to the map. So like for instance, like the font and the color. So let's say place labels or point of interest labels. Or, like for instance, this road name right here. How can we affect that font? That. Road label. Road network. You can't. Oh, no, we absolutely can. We definitely can. So we can change the font. Override. Blue. Oh, look at that! We changed it. Okay, so let's grab this color. And then we will make it. Do you not have a hex? There it is. Wow. It's just as easy as that. We could also increase the font size, which I want to do because right now it looks way too small. So zoom level 10 is font size 10, 9, 6, and 5. I don't know if I know how to read this. Can I make it brighter? Sure, we can increase the light. How's that? Well, no, that's too much. How's that? I think increasing the size will... Ease motorway, 10 pixels. Fallback, 6.5. So I want this... Let's increase everything by 5 pixels. Yeah. What's 9 plus 5? 14. And what's 6.5 plus 5? 11.5. And then we'll do the same thing for zoom 18, I think. Increase these all by 5. 21. Uh, 19. 18. I was told there'd be no math. I mean, I'm actually really happy with that. It makes the map so much more easier to read. And we've kind of like themed it because it has like the green color. We could do a lot more work. Actually, I think now that the font is bigger, it might actually be easier to see with this color. I don't know. I shouldn't spend too much time on this because we can always do this later. But now that I've made some changes, I will publish. And now that the style is published, it should just pull that in. Or do I have to do... I might have to change the oh no, there it is. It's just when you zoom out this far, there's a different setting that I need to choose. But when we zoom in far enough to see like streets, then those turn to be that color. So that's cool. We could do a lot more customizing. Yeah, so this is Mapbox Studio. I've used this in the past for a production project. And we styled the map to like fit the theme of, yeah, I mean, you could spend so much time theming the map. And yeah, I did say we want to be done with this project, but I'm very happy that we found a we found a map tile that I'm happy with, and I want to put this into an environment variable. I mean, I guess actually I could just put the access token into an environment variable. Yeah, we've done some work, right? We merged some pull requests. We made a little map. The whole URL. Yeah, but then someone would need. I'm just gonna go with the Mapbox token. Yeah, I think if I want to change the service, I'll just change the code in the future, right? Right? Okay, never mind. We're gonna do the whole thing. Tile layer URL. And we'll add that to our .env. I mean, I don't think I'm finishing it today. I said I wanted to make a plan to get it finished. So let's save this and then let's see what Deno Fresh is doing for us. I think we actually do need to load our envs somewhere. Am I even doing that? Oh, we have a whole config for this. I need to put this in the config. Did I really leak the Discord secret? I guess I did. Yeah, I did. I'll reset it. It's fine. If I zoom like that, I won't leak it. This should actually be config dot tile layer URL, like that. I have to specifically enable the cloak extension. And so now I can import config from @/utils/config, like that. And then now in my config, we can add it. We can say style map tile URL. Tile. We're gonna call it map tile URL. Map tile URL. And then in the env, did I call it map tile? No, I called it tile URL. That's fine. We'll call it map tile URL, like that. So we define it there. We pull it in right here. But now I need to update this type to say that map tile URL is going to be a string. I do not play horror games, Methodic Doubt. I don't really play mini games at all. I play the game of JavaScript. So it's a required string with a minimum length of 1. And then this will be a map tile URL. And then we can go update our enum, environment variable names, to include map tile, oh, not that, map tile URL. Like that. And then we should be good, except because this is an island, I don't know if it's actually going to have access to my environment variables. We will see. let's see if this breaks. So it's running. Refresh the page. It broke, and for good reason. For good reason. Yeah, we shouldn't be trying to call Deno on the front end. So I specifically need to put that environment variable probably into like a render prop. I mean, we can see see their documentation to see how they handle it, or they would handle it. But ultimately, it just needs to be a render prop. I don't think it needs to be a like I shouldn't be directly grabbing from the config right here. That should be passed down as a prop. Create an API to get the URL. I mean, I could, but I want this to be rendered with that value. So really, I want to pass this as a prop. That's like map tile URL. And then this component takes in a prop, map tile URL, and then that is of type fresh map props. And then fresh map props takes in a map tile URL, which is of type string. And now that's required. And then whenever we render the fresh map over on the dashboard, right here, we need to pass in the map tile URL, which here, because this piece is server-side rendered, here we could do config.maptileURL. That should work. So this piece gets server-side rendered, it passes it down in the server-side rendered, and then whenever the island kicks in, it has that server-side rendered value right there. I think that should fix it. That fixes it. And I'm okay with that, because if you look at the server rendered page, like it's gonna have a map in here somewhere with my hey, look at that, map tile URL. So that's a prop that's getting passed down to that component that got rendered on the client side. Yeah. Is words per minute important in programming? I think to a certain point, like you should probably be able to type at least 40 or 50 words per minute. Most people type a little bit faster than that, but yeah, I mean, typing's not everything, but it is somewhat important, because we do a whole lot of typing in our day-to-day. Cool. Not important at all. So you say that, but have you ever worked with someone in their 60s that types with their two fingers? Because I have. and at a programming job. And so I think to an extent, like a minimum, I don't know, 20, 30, like you should be somewhat efficient at typing. Well, I mean, I'm not being ageist. I'm just saying, like, that person at the time, I mean, this was like 15 years ago, so they're even older. They're probably retired by now. Well, what's your words per minute, Johnny Blackred? Yeah, I would say, like, obviously, like, you could still have a job without it, but you're gonna be much more efficient if you can type decently, and if you know how to touch type. Yeah, I'm really sorry if I offended anyone by saying that. I didn't mean to, like, be ageist or anything. It was just a specific example of an older person that I worked with, and I cannot fathom how they kept that job for so long, because they were literally like this. I don't know. Yeah, like 50 to 60 is acceptable. I think even like 20 to 30 is probably acceptable. I don't know. Okay, what are we doing? I don't know what we're doing, but we're having a good time, right? Because we created a custom map. We could go back in and update that map whenever we want. That's exciting. Let's check it off the list. We have a map theme. Okay. At this point, let's allow people to actually create a spot list. So right now, we just got things working by the map loads, and then when you click a spot on the map, that actually adds it to the list over here, like that. But this data isn't going anywhere. It's only staying inside of the web browser. I want to fix that. I want to make it so that you actually can explicitly create a list called like top 10 restaurants or something like that. And then when you're editing that list, when you click, that will actually add something in the database. Oh yeah, we could do the title thing. That's easy. How much details do we get when we zoom all the way in? Let's see. That's as far as we can zoom. And that's like one block. Now, like, technically, like, there's probably a way. Well, no, I won't do it on click. I'll have a save button down here. But there's probably, in that map style, there's probably a way to, like, list points of interest. Like, list restaurants and stuff like that. I guess here's a few. Like, here's the New York Pizza Pub. Functional physical therapy. Let's see if we can find Casa Bonita again. So, that is Colfax. That's Casa Bonita. Yeah, there it is. And so yeah, I think when you're in more business central areas, you actually do get like labels of places. So that's good. And I bet like if we go to like somewhere really dense like downtown, yeah, there's tons. Cool. Mihai Andre, you asked about Deno? Is it more like Next.js or Remix? It's more like... Fresh is all about server-side rendering. Like, server-side rendering first. And honestly, the thing that we're trying to build with Fresh, it probably isn't even a good fit for Fresh, because Fresh wants to server-side render things. And when we get into this map stuff, that is not server-side rendered. Like, you technically can server-side render a map, but the amount of interaction that needs to happen here makes sense for this to be more of a client-side component or client-side thing. Oh yeah, I can fix that really quick, Bee Creeper. So there's a couple of things we're gonna fix. That's our next bit of coding is, so like page titles, because right now we're not setting the head title at all, and then map background style. I want to set the style so that when we're zooming in and out, it doesn't flash white. First of all, let's look at this issue from Oscar that mentions we can create an atom, set the page title, and then add a head element. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Like, if you want really fast server-side rendering, something like Fresh is great for that. And like this initial page load, super fast. But now all of this, like, this shouldn't be server-side rendered. This should be like client-side interaction. All right, Oscar, I don't know if you mentioned earlier, but why are we using atoms and nanostores versus a signal? But regardless, we can at least get coding on this first, because we have a layout component, and this is what we render everything into. But we also, on this layout component, we can specify the head, and then this can have a title. Hello world. Signals were broken for this. You can try signals. Okay. Excuse me. I'll try signals. What I need to figure out is how do we do head stuff, because head isn't auto-imported, so I need to somehow import it from Fresh. Fetching data? Did you tell me how to do it? Is there... Oh, I guess would it literally just be head like that? I have a feeling There actually would be, maybe not. I thought there would be a way to inject into the head. Oh, good call, Veeb. We did that over here. And then head comes from fresh runtime. Very good. Yeah, because technically this works, but it's actually being rendered inside of the body, and we don't want that. We want this head thing to actually be rendered properly at the beginning in the head. Excuse me. Is this all still the head? Apparently it is, because then we have the title tag, some more links, and then the body. So yeah, by using this component imported from fresh runtime, we can be sure that that gets injected. But now, instead of hard coding it, we want something like, we want to use our signals. Let's see how we were using our signals earlier. Do we actually render the value? We do. We pass the value in. So page title dot value, like that. But then now page title needs to be a signal. That starts off with that value. And then we can import it in. So import the page title, great. But then on any given page, we should be able to set the page title. So like, on the dashboard, before I render, I can say page title like that. Is that how I update a signal? I could totally forgot. That seems to work, because that's dashboard. But then like every individual page should be able to set its title. Like here, on the home page, we can say fresh spots. I mean, that's actually the default title, but that's fine. So that says fresh spots, and then we only have 2 pages. I guess 404, we could actually set the page title here. Not found. Let's see if all of this works. So if I log out, it should say fresh spots. Great. If I go to something that's not found, it should say not found. So that's what we're working on right now, is we're updating that title. But if I log in, then it should say dashboard. Cool. So signals worked. And it's super interesting that I can just do it in the render function instead of like in the middleware. But apparently, no, that makes sense, right? Because I'm setting the value before rendering that layout component, and the layout component is using that value internally. So I think that makes sense. Cool. Good to go. Now, let's set the background color of this div and see if that affects. That is it. Yeah, so I literally just have to put it on the div itself to set the background color of the map. So if we go to the dashboard, if we go to the fresh map, set it to transparent? Sure, yeah, because then it'll use the background color of the page itself. So right here, background color transparent? Is that how that works? Yeah, look at that. Because then it just uses the color of our page. Yeah, it would probably work that way too, American 2050. Like, we basically could just set a prop on layout. But it's possible that once we get into an island, the island might actually change the contents of the page that isn't a server re-render, and then the island would want to... I guess that doesn't even make sense, because if it's client-side stuff, then you wouldn't want to set a title on the rendered page anyways. Yeah. I like that idea, Veeb. We can set it to be this color. Can I explain how the styling works? In what way? Can you point to something specific you would like explained? Oh yeah, you're totally right. We could be using Tailwind right now. So all of these classes are coming from Tailwind, if that's what you're asking about, CKC Richard. These are Tailwind classes that set specific CSS properties. And I guess technically I should be using Tailwind right here. Like, I could do bg dash like this, and then Tailwind will actually generate that class. Why is this complaining though? Class doesn't exist. Like that. That's better. And then also, yeah, so that pull request we merged earlier fixed the fact that we weren't getting autocomplete in here. So that's good. Okay. That's better. And then now if I zoom out or zoom in, well, I want this on here. Or do I? That's not setting it at all. Did I do this right? Is that the right Tailwind thing? Oh, that's just inline styling. And that was style. So style except an object that has all of the CSS properties. So this is like inline styling. Ultimately, it gets converted into an inline style. Like this works. Setting the style attribute. See, that works. However, putting that does not work. Maybe this class actually doesn't exist. Maybe it's not actually forwarding those down to the yeah. So I'm probably just misunderstanding what's happening here, because flex grow with full isolate. So that is this one. And then does the map. Yeah, so see, the map does have width full, height full, and then that background class on it. So it's adding the class, but it is not, it should be dynamically generating that class. And for some reason, Twind is not picking that up. I think this has to do with Twind at this point, because it's when the page is rendered, Twind is it. Oh, well. Did we not have to do that anymore? Yeah, so we didn't have to do the TW thing. We can just specify these. Yeah. Every render is essentially a new build. Every render will rerun this code. There is no like cache or build file. I am just going to call it a loss and just do that. But I think the issue is, for whatever reason, twinned is not... Oh, that's why. We're only rendering it on the client side. So on the client side, we actually don't have access to... so actually, if I put it in both spots, this would cause it to be... Let's see what happens if I put it in both spots. So because it's here, this is going to be server rendered. And so twinned will kick in and create that. So let's see what happens. So we can see that, but if we look at background, we can see that twinned actually generated that class. Great. But then if we look at this one, the background didn't get set because, or did it? Oh no, it did. Yeah, it did, but then also it doesn't have the right specificity. But that actually was the fix. The fix was put it here so that twinned picks it up and generates it, because this line of code only runs in the client. It doesn't run on the server. Twin runs on the browser? I thought it's running as a build process. I don't know. Regardless, this class is not specific enough because the leaflet container has a background property on there. So how do I make something more specific in Tailwind? I can add an exclamation mark. That's not making it more specific. That's just setting important. And that's different. I mean, technically it is more specific, but... and then here... Define specific. And also that didn't work for some reason. So the class is there. Oh, the exclamation mark goes in the front. So, but here's actually like a legitimate question for people that use Tailwind, right? Like if I was using CSS, I would actually just change this to be .leaflet container space the name of my class, and now because it's more specific, I don't have to do this important stuff. So in the world of Tailwind, how do you make something more specific when you only have access to... that didn't work either. Oh, I think, again, it's because... background important. There we go. So that set it there, but then because this is running on the client side, it is now it's setting it, yeah. It's putting import. I don't know why I'm dancing right now. I'm just like, what do? Like you've lost the cascade of CSS with Tailwind. What do? Do you literally just put important everywhere? Like I want like a legitimate answer. How would I solve this with Tailwind without using important? Because with CSS, I would just say .leaflet container space map container, right? And that is more specific, so because of the specificity, it would overwrite this background color here. I'm genuinely curious. So Tailwind, increase specificity. Use layers in your Tailwind config. Okay. I lost my CSS privileges. What do you mean I leaked my house? What do you mean? It's not too late to drop Tailwind. It's just, I'm going to stick with it because this is the first project I've ever used it on. Oh, the geo positions? Oh, no. These are, Although that's in Michigan. These are the Denver area. Yeah. Functions and directives. Excuse me. Use the layer directive to tell Tailwind which bucket a set of custom styles belong to. Okay. The answer is just to write CSS. Like I could use this layer attribute, but I also could just write a CSS class. That makes it more specific. Yeah, you're right, Oscar. I'll put that on my... Do I even have my to-do still open? Today. The to-do is fix link checker to include hash. So set your specificity there with the classes and use that. I actually still don't understand what's happening here. So I have a layer called base, and then where do I use base in my code? Tailwind will automatically move any CSS within a layer directive to the same place as the corresponding Tailwind rule. Okay. Okay. If I wanted to add custom CSS now, is it possible to only add it in? No, I mean, and I think honestly that might actually just be the answer. Is if you're using Tailwind, you also do have some CSS. It's not all Tailwind. Like, you have some CSS, and in this case, I would just add a CSS class to use here. Like, there's nothing stopping me from just adding a style sheet. Yeah, and I think that's what we're getting at, is like, if you want to increase the specificity, add some CSS. You just, yeah. And what's up, All Cliffs? Welcome in. It's possible to do with custom styles inside the brackets, but I can't find it in the docs. So you could say that, like I want it to be a chained class. Like basically the specificity solution here is dot leaflet container space dark background, or space dot dark background. And now that's more specific, so it would actually override that background property. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Tyler Mose? Holy coder. Yeah, that'd be interesting to see, DMC, if there's actually a way to do it inside the brackets to say, like, this should be a child selector class. Tailwind parent class specify. How to have an element show based on parent class. Put a Tailwind class on child if the parent has a specific class. GitHub has really changed their styling. It looks good. Good job, GitHub. Add variant. Oh! So when you set it up, you give a variant, and that specifies like the parent class. I see. For your particular use case, probably just better to use CSS. But this makes sense. So you would add the variant, and then now you can put it there, and then it gets turned into that. Using arbitrary values. I guess you were responding to someone else. Styling based on parent state. Mark the parent with the group class and use group dash star. Okay, this could work. Well, no, because that class is being applied to it. But I guess technically, yeah. Okay, actually, I think this actually would fix it, because if I put group on here, that will make it more specific, because I'm targeting the parent rather than targeting the thing directly. And then if I do group dash bg dash, like that, I think that's more specific. Here. I've messed it up. Did I do that right? I guess the issue is this needs to exist on a child element. So that gets generated on the server, and then I can use the class here. Apparently I'm not understanding this right. Oh, because it's parent state like hover. We don't care about hover. We just care about. This one is a parent, so I want to select based on this one. But the issue is like, this isn't a state, because we don't care about hover or anything like that. Because we would need it to be group dash hover or group dash active or something like that. I don't know. I think the answer is just do it with CSS. So because I don't want to have to. So I think if I do this, that fixes it. So that's inline styles. I don't want inline styles. Yeah, so that fixes it with an inline style. However, if I create my own custom CSS and I call this Mapbg, I could literally create a class called Mapbg. Though then I have to tell Tailwind about all my extra classes, but couldn't we? Now where do we do that? We put some static, or to put assets? And call this like global.css. Yeah, it seems like Tailwind group could come in handy in certain scenarios. Just not this scenario. And so now to increase that specificity, I can use this leaflet container class. So I can say, if you have a mapbg, that is of type leaflet container, set its background to that. And then we can just get rid of this. Also, I don't even have to do that. At that point, I can just be like, yo, leaflet container actually should just have a... Yeah, I don't even need to specify a class at that point. At that point, I'm just overriding leaflet. And then now we need to link that CSS in our layout. How do I import CSS? and fresh. I guess I could put it in the static dir. I was just thinking that like if I wanted to write like sass or something, but I guess I don't. So yeah, we'll just put it in static, which means we can just directly reference it by global.css from the root. That didn't work. That loads. Good. Why am I using an external CSS file instead of extending Tailwind in the config with the new class? Because I don't know how to use Tailwind. I didn't know that that's a thing that you could do. But I think this actually should be setting it, but it's getting overridden. Yeah, so right now it's loading the CSS, but it's still not specific enough. Which is, I guess, why if I gave it a class name, I could make it more specific. But really, I mean, I could also just do this. Like, that is now more specific because it has two selectors. Yeah, and then now that actually works. Because you can see that this selector, body leaflet container, is more specific than just leaflet container. Is this a Rickroll, Bajosi? I mean, you are linking to her pretty deep into that video. So I should be able to do at and child class or element here. Huh. Huh. Do I think university is necessary to get a real job? It depends. Well, it's definitely not necessary, but it also depends on what experience you have, what your portfolio looks like, that kind of stuff. Oh, we already talked about important. That we're not doing that. Like, this whole thing was just, how do I increase specificity inside of Tailwind? And the answer is, you don't. You just use CSS, and that's why we're just using CSS. And I haven't tried Astro yet. No. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Arbitrary variants are like arbitrary values, but for variants. To show what it looks like, we can do square brackets here, just like we can for the value portion of a utility. And then inside the square brackets, we write basically like a nested looking selector, and Tailwind's going to automatically apply that selector to conditionally apply these styles. It sounds confusing, but when I show you an example, you'll understand what I mean. So instead of writing hover using the native hover modifier or variant, why don't we do ampersand : hover? And now we can see that when we hover over it, hey, it still works. And we're doing it with an arbitrary variant this time instead of a built-in variant. So that's an example of sort of doing it with sort of a
What are you talking about, Geek Label? Just use Tailwind. You're missing the point. We are using Tailwind. You can't do it with Tailwind, or at least we couldn't figure out how to do it with Tailwind. But I'm going to try what I just saw. I don't know if I understood it, though. What they're saying is you can actually say, like, and... Well, that's the thing, is like we're not dealing with a hover state or anything like that. It's literally just... Yeah, and then that's the other issue, is this was running on the client side. And background our background color value. Is that not the syntax? I liked your syntax, Codex. I was like, oh, that looks nice. Like that. Yeah, but then the issue is this is running on the client side, so I actually wouldn't get access to it. So I'd have to put it here just so that Twind injects the class so that I can reference it there. But let's see if this does it, because if it does, way to go. But also the syntax is weird. It's way weird. That didn't work. And star? Colon? BG? That's the weirdest syntax I've ever seen. Well, let's see if that does it. Apparently not. Yeah, background isn't getting set. This is Tailwind. It's twinned, which I guess is different. Maybe that's my issue. Does everyone agree with this syntax though? Yeah, I agree, Shirkim. Like that's honestly why I'm spending so much time here. Is like, this is worth figuring out. It's a fun little problem. Wait, are you talking about wrestling? Is wrestling happening tonight? Yeah, it's fine. I'm not gonna worry about it. I think, like, honestly, if I were a dev and I was working on a project that was using Tailwind and I wanted to increase specificity, I would not go look at the Tailwind docs. I would just add a CSS file and be done with it, because that's it. Okay. Now we move on to now we move on to the actual creation page. So we have to totally rethink how we're actually navigating the user here, because whenever I log in, I'm redirecting to dashboard, and right now I'm just straight up rendering this fresh map and this sidebar on the dashboard. But what I actually want is to show like a list of all of the lists that you have created, and then when you click on one, that will take you to this view for that specific list. So let's work on that. Yeah, if you just click on my link, I think that will count for the referral. Nobody has accepted my invite yet. Huh. Maybe it takes a while. Okay. Let's think this through. So right now, when we load the dashboard, and Ashley B, thank you for that Prime, who says, loving the hair. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. It might take a while for the credits to kick in. Yeah, you might have to like actually make a purchase with it or something like that. I don't know. But right now, and if you haven't made one yet, don't. Just only actually use it if you're going to use it, and then eventually we'll both get $5. Okay. Right now, when we render the dashboard, I'm just straight up rendering the map. But I don't want to do that. I actually want to render just like almost like a literal dashboard page. So this is actually going to be pulled into a separate page called we'll have a folder called list, and then inside of there we'll have a file called so dashboard / edit / ID. I'll just copy this all out now for now. So if I go to dashboard / edit / ABC123, that will take me to the edit page for that specific list. And so we'll handle all the other stuff eventually. But back to the dashboard page, I actually do want to show a list of all of the lists that I've created. Yeah, what's up, Kingpin? My profile is animated because I'm using 7TV. And also I have like this cool gradient here. I'm advertising all kinds of things today, but it's pretty cool. So because you have the 7TV extension installed, and I'm a subscriber to 7TV, I can do things like custom colors, animated icon. But yeah, I'm glad I caught your attention. All right, what are we doing? We're working on this page. So right now, we don't want to load that little sidebar thing. We don't want to load the fresh map. We want to have like a page that lists your current, like your lists that are in progress and things like that. So I'm going to load in the diagram we created. Now, we talked about this before. I probably should not have used draw.io for this, but we did. And so this is the page that I want to create now. So up at the top, there will be a button called Create List, and that's going to take you to the page that we were on. But then below, you can see like your list. So for now, let's just get a button going. And because we've been creating so many buttons, I'm going to create a component for it called button. Export default function button. Yeah, I heard about Adobe acquiring Figma. I think that's really lame. But what are you gonna do? 20 billion? It wasn't like $20 billion. That's so much money. Like, why would you even turn that down? Like, yes, take it for $20 billion, and then I will retire and work on something else. I don't know the details of it. I don't know if they're like keeping the team or whatever, but. The reason I don't like it is because I know of all of the Adobe tools, they're all like subscription based, right? And I guess is Adobe XD free? Because that was like the competitor to Figma. But it's likely that Figma is going to get grouped up into all of the Adobe suite and its licensing stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, I heard about Pinpot in a Reddit thread. It looks pretty cool. Trying to keep the team with $2 billion in RSU grants. I don't even know what that means. What's an RSU grant? But still, that's cool. That's cool if they try to keep the team around. Yeah, so why am I not using arrow functions versus regular ones? Arrow functions have a time and a place. So if you are defining an anonymous function, that is a function that doesn't have a name, makes a lot more sense to use an arrow function. In this case, I am defining a component called button. And so like this also gets into like, it's just code style. You could define it either way. Like if you did button like this, in the old days of JavaScript, so before we had arrow functions, this would have been equivalent to an anonymous function like this. And I guess you really only did this if you needed like to dynamically define a function. I don't know. It just makes so much more sense to actually use a function for what it was meant to do rather than putting a function into a variable. So yeah. And I've talked about it before, like function declarations versus function expressions. And that's it. This is not an iffy. This is an anonymous function, but it's not immediately invoked. Yeah, and then you also don't run into the issue of, like, let's say I wanted to use button, not button, demonetize. If I wanted to use button before it was defined, this wouldn't work because button was defined below. And that has to do with hoisting. Whereas if I do this, that actually would work. I mean, that's a different error, but this would work because this technically gets hoisted. So all of that to say, it's a style preference. It's like you can do what you want. But I will say, in my many years of JavaScript, and I was writing JavaScript before ECMAScript 2015 came out. And when it did, people just went crazy with arrow functions. Like, yeah, let's use arrow functions everywhere. There's a time and a place for arrow functions. And also, like, I don't like I don't think it makes sense for this to be anonymous because we're using it in other places, so that should actually be a named function. I guess the other thing is, it used to be that anonymous functions you couldn't debug that well in the dev tools. Yeah, and I guess that's the other thing is like with arrow functions, this is more predictable. I am not using this at all because these are all function components anyways. Yeah. Yeah, so use hoisting, it makes it more readable. And I think that's just the issue. So like people that learned about arrow functions like, "Oh yeah, I'm using arrow functions everywhere." But when you really think about it, it's just a slightly different version of an anonymous function, and I didn't like code that looked like that anyways. I always want to have my functions defined like this. Yeah, if you want to do that implicit return, sure. And yeah, that's the point I was getting at, is if you're debugging in the dev tools, it used to be that anonymous functions wouldn't actually have their name on it, but they've fixed that. So like if you did define a function like this, the dev tools is smart enough to know that this function lives in a variable called button, so it can actually show you that name. But regardless, I don't know. It's just a code style. But I would say, if you look at the Airbnb style guide and like their preferences, they prefer function components to be written this way versus it's just arrow functions. Yeah. Okay. All of that for a button. All of that for a nice little button. But yeah, I mean, and you also could like, and people are totally valid when like, well, like, hey, this is like nicer syntax because you can have the implicit return. Because you could say, like this, right? Whereas if you wrote it this way, then you'd have to have the return keyword. I mean, technically, you could write it like this, and then you could even get even more terse with it. But your component's going to be more than just one line. So this is nice because you have the implicit return. But more often than not, you're going to have use effects, use states, and you're going to need a return statement anyways. I don't know. Here's what we're going to do. We have one button on the website right now. It's on the login page. So if we go into the home page, I think, here, the home page, we have a component called landing. And then we look at landing. This has a little link button right here. So I want to extract this out into a component so that I don't have to put all of these button classes on every single button that I create, because that's a lot of classes. I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to recreate a button using this. Like this. And so we're going to want the label, the button label. And I'm actually going to call this a button link because it is an anchor tag. And then it's going to take in a prop label, and then it will also take in class names like this. And then also the rest of the props, and we're just going to spread them. I mean, we can be explicit and say href. We pull that in as well. So we're taking the label, any extra class names you want to specify, and then the rest of the props. So href will go right here. We did background Discord. Yeah, so you would want to specify the color yourself. We also eventually could take in like a color prop and then specify the button color based on that, but this is fine. Eddie says you're with the arrow function everywhere it's possible. Yeah, I disagree with that though. I think it's overused, and the code is just a little bit less readable. So I don't like it. But that's why you can do whatever you want, and it still works. It's just a style preference. So I'm going to put this into an array of class names, and that. I guess I could just put it in a template string. Really, all I want to do is I want to combine the classes that you've written with these classes. So really right here, I'll just throw in class names. like that. And then we'll spread all the rest of the props that you passed in as well, like that. Okay, this is our link button. Now let's define an interface. So TypeScript is yelling at us because we haven't said what these things are. So we will define our button link props. Label is a string, and it's required. href is a string, and it's required. And class names is an array of string, and it is optional, and will default to never mind, it's just a string. It's just a string. And we default to empty string. It's not an array of string. Cool, and then we can say that this is of type button link props. Electrothermal, thank you for the resub. Code. So that looks good to me. So now we can have a button. We pass in the href, any custom class names we want, any extra props we want to put on that anchor tag, and then the actual label of the button. So that looks good. And then we can use it. So over here, not the dashboard, on the landing page, instead of this, we can now pull in our custom little button link. And I guess technically, instead of a label prop, we could also take in a children prop. But this would let us move these two props here to the button link. And then we can put login with Discord right there. And then BG Discord goes on class names. Like that. And I'm going to call it class name to be more React-ish. Like that. Why is it complaining? Unknown theme value. Disagree. We defined that in our Tailwind config. Right there. Oh well, right now it's complaining because I didn't specify the label prop, but we're actually going to make that optional. And we're also going to take in children, which is preact node, something like that. Yeah, we'll have to look at our config, said Poily. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to look at that. But I want to import preact from preact. And then lowercase preact dot ref children? Component children. That's what I want. Because now we can also pull off the children. And we can say, if you specified a label, use that. Otherwise, pass the children in. And that will just be class name. Cool. Background color, Discord. So the way we defined it, we just have a color. Is there another prop here for like background? Is that actually what I want? Okay, we're just gonna ignore it. But now that I have this reusable link component, if I log out, this is what we just did. We basically took that and we pulled it into its own little component. So now when I specify a button link, I can use it. And so if we don't put... Apparently there's a bunch of other default colors on here as well. I'm also going to rename this to a button link. Yeah, Fresh does server-side rendering. It does. We have our hover background, our blue background. All this stuff we copied over from, was it Flowbyte? So this is actually just the default one we copied over. I thought we changed it to be the Discord color. You know what? We're just not gonna do that. We'll use the default blue color. And thank you, JD4 Writer. Appreciate you. Though, if we're passing in different colors, then we really have a different set of classes that are used for each of the colors. So we could have like a green, default, red, yellow button. But then we have to change the classes that we're applying. Yeah, so I'd have to define a new prop like variant or color, but then I have to differentiate between all of these ones to specify all of the different kinds. Like, let's see if I can extract it out. So over here in button link. Imagine not using editor word wrap. The issue with using word wrap is it's not easy to tell where an actual new line is. But I'll turn it on because we have Tailwind stuff everywhere. Like this, I would not want to word wrap if I'm about to do a precise thing like this. Why won't my cursor move to the end? Oh, because there are multiple. Okay, I guess that makes sense. These are my variants. Cool. I want to lowercase all of these. Is there an easy way to do that? Transform to lowercase. Great. So there, I have my variants. And then on the button, we can have a variant property, which is a key of variants. I got to figure out how that works. Well, I'd have to define the variants first. So we've got all these variants. When you pass in a variant, it needs to be default, alternative, dark, light, green, red, yellow, or purple. Key of, type of. Thank you, Veritatis. So now when we pass in variant, it's got to be one of these. And then we'll have variant here. And we will default this to, look at that, we get type completion. It's always fun when we see type completion. Is this maintainable? The one issue we would want to extract out from all of these a common set of CSS classes, right? Because there's some duplication here. I didn't want to go through the hard work of defining all that or picking out the duplication. So yeah, that's the unmaintainable part. But for now, we can say default is the default variant. And then right here, this is going to be variants at this specific variant. Look at all this JavaScript. But now, when we use a button, children, variant is missing. Oh, we can specify variant as, we need to say that variant is optional, because we give it a default here. So variant is now optional. But check it out. Now we've got all of these variants. Dark. Green. So now we should have like 3 different buttons. Look at that. We've got the dark variant, the green variant. Cool. And then we could, I guess we could go into those variants and use our theme colors instead of the default colors, because these default colors are coming from Flowbyte. Do I want the class name prop to override the variant prop? I don't. No. So the way I have that defined, right, for now it probably won't, as class name goes before the variant class list. So class name is just separate. And, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we would want to define these class names after, so that if we wanted to override the variant, we could. Yeah, that we should define it like that. Flowbyte is collections of Tailwind classes that give you components. So this is more comparable to something like Bootstrap, because they've predefined like what buttons and cards and stuff like that look like, but they're using Tailwind classes to do that. href does not work on a button element. That's why these are anchor tags. So I would need a separate button element that is just a button instead of an anchor tag. All right, I guess I'm happy with this. I mean, the one thing that I do want to change are all of the default colors, because I want to be able to define my own colors in my theme. Honestly, I just don't want to. like that's why I would use something like Bootstrap, because it's all defined for me. The issue is I've already started picking my own colors for like the nav bar. I guess technically, if I just use the colors defined in Flowbyte, then I don't have to worry about that. Like I don't have to come up with my own custom theme. My goodness, we should just be using Flowbyte React, because then they already give us buttons. And Anonymous, thank you for those 11 bits. Do they have a Flowbyte Preact? I guess that's the issue. Tip, don't use it. But how would I use this with Preact? Do I even want? Honestly, I kind of want to, because then we can use like the default styles and stuff. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think that's my whole hesitation with all of this is like, I'm just spending so much more time on the things that normally are just like done for me, or that I normally don't have to worry about. let's see if we just go with like a default navbar. Actually, I guess what I could do is we could use the green in the default Flowbyte theme. So like this green, that could be the green 700. What if we use that on the navbar instead? Why am I against my own custom colors? Because it is very daunting when I look at this big long list of Tailwind classes. It's very daunting to think about the fact that I'm going to have to define colors for every single one of these. And, I mean, and that just goes with development. Like that's what or like web development, that's what you're supposed to do, but it doesn't seem like a good use of my time. That's my hesitation, is basically all of these specific colors, I need to now go in and replace them with theme colors. Or do I just override green 600, 700, 800? Redefine the green with a Tailwind config and you're done. So if I literally do green right here, I can define the base green. Is that what you're saying? And then that will change like green 700 automatically? Navbar. Is this the Coding Garden green? It'll fill the holes with an algorithm, but I can also define green 700. Will it also fill the holes from there? I guess I really just need to look into how to theme the colors. Colors. Using custom colors. I think that actually would work. So if I just specify green like that, now this green, when I refresh the page, this green should be closer to this green. And it's not. So I have to just find all of the 700s, 600s, and everything else. What's the default number? 400? Show. All right. Select a base color. That base color. All right. And then this gives me the Tailwind config. So that is what I would place right here, like that. And then now this green should be closer to the navbar green, and it is. I really don't want to do this. I really don't. I really don't. So I'm already at the 3-hour mark. Usually I would end stream around here. Here's what I want to do. To make our lives easier, I want to find a component library that will work with Preact. I want to stop using Tailwind. How do I phrase this, or how do I even talk about this? Like, obviously, this is a part of development. Obviously, like if I'm using if I'm using Tailwind, if I'm using any sort of these utility libraries and everything, that's fine. But the purpose of this app was not for me to learn Tailwind, and it wasn't for me to create my entire, like my own theme and my own design language and everything else. Like, it would be nicer if I was just using a component library like Bootstrap. I know a lot of people hate on Bootstrap, but for an app like this, Bootstrap would have been totally fine. So if I use something like Bootstrap, so that I can focus on actual server rendering and database stuff and API stuff. So basically that's, I mean, and that's the issue. That's the other issue that we're up against, though, is like I can't use Material UI unless we find an adapter for Preact that would let us use Material UI inside of Preact. And then we also need to make sure that it can be server-side rendered. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the issue even with like Tailwind UI or even Flowbyte is like they don't necessarily have Preact versions. But do you all see my frustration though? It's like and obviously, like I don't want to discount styling and theming and like good design, because that is part of building an app. However, when we're building apps, we can decide that, oh yeah, I'm going to go with the default theme because I actually don't want to spend all the time coming up with my color palette and then all of that good stuff. And it's not that I don't like front end work. It's that like for this specific app that we're building, I want to showcase Fresh. I want to showcase Deno. I don't want to showcase Tailwind, and I don't want to spend a bunch of time styling because that has nothing to do with Fresh and nothing to do with Deno. Right? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Yeah. I guess that's also the thing, is like I could just not style it. That's fine. But let's see. Won't the React flavor of Flowbyte mostly work with Preact? Oh, I don't know. That's the only issue, is that if we try to use it, we could just go down a rabbit hole of like trying to get Flowbyte React to work with Preact. Let's see. Let's look at their GitHub. Let's see if anyone has talked about it or asked Preact. They haven't. Did I just use this? No, I used a different one. That's not it. Is this going to generate an entire theme for me? Yeah, it did that. So there aren't necessarily issues, and I think like if you look at the Preact docs, they talk about how to do like how to take a React library and use it. Switching to Preact, setting up compat. Let's take a moment to research our options. No more than 15 minutes, but this is really what I want to look into. Styling. I want to use a UI library. That is my goal, to use a UI library. But how do we do that? So we could find a React component library, but we have to make sure that it is compatible with Preact. And that's what we're about to look into. If I can't find any of those things, I might just use Bootswatch or Bootstrap. And I don't necessarily need all of the custom JavaScript and stuff like that. I can't switch to React. So specifically, we're using Fresh, and Fresh is based on Preact. You can't use React with it. So there's a lot of limitations of our decisions here. Yeah. This could work with Preact. I'll take a look at that too. Preact can use regular React stuff, but this is a Preact server rendering thing. Yeah, and like that's the other issue is when you're choosing a component library and you're dealing with server-side rendering, so even if you're dealing with like server-side rendering in Next.js or any other thing, those UI component libraries need to be able to be rendered on the server side, which isn't the case for all UI libraries, because sometimes they do a lot of like custom on-mount stuff and stuff that depends on the DOM, which can't be server rendered. Yeah, I'm not resisting Bootstrap. I'm just trying to find some like component libraries. Like, we also could look for like Preact Bootstrap. See if somebody has built a Preact version of Bootstrap. Or we could use Materialize. I mean, I would probably prefer to use like Material Design Lite or something like that. A Preact template project with Bootstrap 5. That just means they added the CSS. They're not, yeah. Preact Bootstrap UI? Okay, first of all, let's look at this compat thingy. To set up Preact compat, you need to alias React and React DOM to Preact compat. Oh goodness. That doesn't tell me how I would use a React library. Uses for adding Webpack aliases for Preact. It includes MUI material and its peer dependencies, including emotion. Yeah. I'll be honest, Mark. I mean, and I guess this is just like a secondary thing. I'm tired of working with Tailwind. Like, I don't. This is not fun for me. And the thing is, like, even if I wouldn't write it from scratch to begin with. Like, I wouldn't write my own styles to begin with. I would start with a CSS framework like Bulma or Bootstrap or Foundation or something like that. It's just not how I work. Alias React. Oh, so you pull in that library, and everywhere there was an import for React, you change it to Preact compatibility. Let's see. Nest versus TRPC. They solve very different problems. I don't think Nest does any sort of like type generation for your client side. Yeah, we made it there. Thank you, Inuj and Veritatas. Okay, GUI toolkits. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Oh, thank you, Solcia Becca. I'm trying my best. I'm trying. Preact MDL. Honestly, I kind of just want to use Bootstrap. Why don't I just use Bootstrap? I think it'll get rid of all of our woes of... Actually, so another thing we could... I don't know if we could use it, but there's... I forget what it's called. It's by the creator of VTest. I specifically clicked that so I could find Anthony Fu. He's the one. And then he works on a library called Uno CSS. That's the one. Bajosi has it. And this technically can be a swap in replacement for Tailwind. And I guess, honestly, like we kind of, I will say where Tailwind is useful are all of the like layout classes and like the flex classes. Like it's super useful to just be able to say width full, flex, like these things are very useful. The more things, like if you need more than 5 classes, at that point I'm just like, let's use CSS instead of Tailwind. Yeah. Pico CSS would work, but Pico CSS is much more minimal, and Pico CSS is slick because you don't have to put any class names. You literally just add it to your page, and then it looks decent. But they don't have like, I guess they do have a nav. There's a lot more components in Bootstrap that we could benefit from. I guess technically. We only have 3 button options with Pico. We could choose Bulma. People are asking why Bootstrap over Bulma. Just because I'm more familiar with it. And there's also Boot Swatch. I think there's technically Bulma Swatch, but Boot Swatch is really cool because I can pick a theme. And we could do that. So darkly and flatly is like light theme and dark theme, and then we could dynamically choose one based on the user's style preferences. I believe there is a Bulma swatch. Somebody made it. Yeah, this. Which is the same thing, but for Bulma. I don't know. Welcome in, Tanio, from Italy. Very cool. Yeah, I think to avoid compatibility, we're going to choose a CSS framework. That's my decision so far, having looked at the stuff. So we're not even going to pick a component library. I'll trust you, Pablo. What am I looking at? I'm a friend in dev. What does it mean? It means he's afraid of Tailwind. I'm not afraid of Tailwind. BG Red 500. Stop it, Patrick. You're scaring him. That's really funny, Pablo. Did you make this, Pablo? That's funny. It's hilarious. It's spot on. Spot on. I'll just leave it on screen for a while. It's funny. Yeah, it's less of, I don't know. I mean, fear might be a valid descriptor, but it's also just like, you can't convince me that this is better than CSS classes. You just can't. Like, I know that there are other ways to write it, but also that would require more setup. Like, I know there are ways of like grouping things, also like changing like where hover goes and stuff like that. So yeah. I don't know. Here's the other thing is like, I want to give Tailwind a fair chance, right? We used Tailwind on this app because when I was generating a fresh app, it was like, hey, do you want to use Tailwind? I was like, sure. Wait, did I close it? Yeah, I don't want to close it. We'll leave it open. It doesn't require much more setup. You just would use apply. Okay. But let's save Tailwind for the future. Like, I will pick a project specifically where we're going to use Tailwind, and we specifically set out to set up our own themes, to customize it heavily, and then we can give it a fair chance, because right now we haven't really given it a fair chance. Okay. I'll let you all vote. Do we use... this is the decision it's come down to. Do we use Bulma or do we use Bootstrap? And I don't think I want to pick a material UI thing, because we're already like away from that. And what's up, Robin? If I need any guidance, you know where to find... Are you talking about for Tailwind specifically? There's a lot of people that have been helping with Tailwind. It's just... the issue comes down to, we're not just dealing with Tailwind here. We're also dealing with Twinned, we're dealing with Preact, and we're dealing with Fresh. And that creates its own set of issues and things that are more specific to this setup. So, is Chakra only CSS, or do they provide React components? No, it's yeah, we want something that's only CSS. Prototype on the class attribute. When it's stable, move it to apply. Great. But tell me, why is it not better to just create CSS classes to begin with? I guess it's technically, like, from a development perspective, it's faster because you can just put those put those Tailwind utility classes on there while you're in dev, and so it's quick. You don't got to switch context. You don't have to switch to another file. But at the end of the day, if you're just going back and then putting it in a CSS file, are you really saving, or you're putting it in apply, are you really saving time? All right. You have 1 minute to vote. Yeah. No, and I think the thing, like, and I talked about it for a split second, but like Uno CSS, this honestly is what I would prefer. And the way that he's gone about things. Like, so if you haven't heard of Uno CSS, definitely check it out. Because you could, the way that he has it set up, you can use all of the Tailwind stuff that you're accustomed to. But like I mentioned earlier, the pieces for me that are useful in Tailwind are things like these flex classes and like with full, like, I would use these everywhere, because there's so many scenarios where I'm specifically creating a CSS class just so that I can make it a flexbox. So these utilities make a lot of sense to me. But like I said earlier, once you get past 4 or 5 of these, you're better off just putting it in a class anyways. I don't know. But Uno CSS is really cool because they have a lot of presets. So like they have a Tailwind preset and a few others. And they also... I don't even know, what am I looking at? What am I searching for? Flex. Yeah. There's a few articles that this guy wrote, which were super interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I think you definitely need to know CSS before jumping into Tailwind. You save time on the simpler styles where you don't need to do that and can just throw flex on the div and be done with it. Yeah, and I agree with that. That's a good thing. And I think, like, whatever I put in Bootswatch or Bulma, whatever I add, we'll use on top of Twinned. So we're not going to remove Twinned, so we still get access to those like utility classes and stuff. Yeah. 6 people voted for neither. All right, we'll just use Bootstrap. All right, and I'm gonna set a 30-minute timer, and then I have to go. But in the next 30 minutes, we're gonna add Bootstrap, and in this case, Bootswatch. And we'll work on the creation page, which is where we left off. So. Now I'm thinking, how do I import CSS in Deno? I just decided to do this, but how am I gonna add Bootswatch as a dependency in Deno? Deno can't import CSS files. I mean, I could use a CDN. Yeah, I know, like I would use head, but how do I get this dependency? Right? Like, in a Node project, I would just do npm install bootswatch. What do I do in Deno? Download it into the static folder? What if I don't want to download? Like, I don't want to download it. I want it to be, like, listed as a dependency. Right? How have we never ran into this before? Like, yeah, so, like, does Deno... I guess they don't support CSS modules? Okay, we're going to download the file just so that I don't spend so much time on it. But this... I guess, do I just use Bower? Do we go back to using Bower? So we have a CDN for like the leaflet CSS and the leaflet JavaScript. But yeah. Has anyone thought of that? How do you manage like CSS only dependencies in a Deno app? I guess you're supposed to just download it. I don't know. Okay, let's go. Why not import it from a CDN? I guess that's fine, but you would want those assets to be bundled with your app. Right? Yeah, but if you think about npm as a package manager, it lets you install Bootstrap and then import the CSS that got installed into the node modules folder. But yeah, you can't just import a CSS file. Like, I mean, obviously I haven't tried it, but I know that you can't. I can't just say import star from some CSS file. Like this is the package management in Deno, is you just directly import from a thing. But because these are ECMAScript modules, you can't just import CSS. Could I use the npm syntax? Maybe? If you were to try to import CSS, it would say something like default export not defined. Let's try it. So right, like I'm in my in this case I want to go to my layout component, because here I was adding like global CSS, but this is also where I would add like the main CSS. So if I say import boot swatch from npm boot swatch, like it doesn't define a default export. Unstable use of npm specifiers. Import a CSS file using ES6 modules. Yeah. I'm not going to go down this path. So here are the options. And I guess like because everything is based on CDNs, you would do this, but in the world of building your app before you deploy it, you would want to take those dependencies and like inline them versus linking from a CDN. And all of our JavaScript dependencies and everything else, all of those get inlined. So yeah, I mean technically right here I could have a direct link to the style sheet, right? Like this. Copy that link. Easy. I've added it. So now we have it. But when I deploy this to Deno deploy, it's still going to be pulling that from a CDN. Like I would want this to be bundled in some way, which is why I downloaded it to the static folder so that I could do this. Like that. And then, so yeah, I guess just having it in the static folder is kind of what you have to do. The right way would be to build a custom fresh plugin. I guess that makes sense. So we could actually like download the CSS assets and use them. Yeah. Cool. So what I did though is in my static folder, I downloaded those two things. And so now I'm adding them. And I know there's a way of doing link style sheet media query. There's a way of specifying that load this style sheet if they prefer dark and load this style sheet if they prefer light. Yeah, you can just put media on there. Prefers color scheme. So if I do like this, like that, does anybody know what I'm talking about? Wrap it in parentheses. No, you don't know what I'm talking about? I think that's the way to do it. All right, and then now, if I refresh the page, we're gonna get some weird styling, but that's okay. Yeah, see, like it overrode those colors. But it loaded, if you look at the network tab, it loaded flatly. That's not good. We want it to load darkly. It loaded both of them, so I'm doing it wrong. I don't even know what to search the web for. Link media. It can be done. I've done it. I'm just not specifying the media property. Media equals parentheses prefers color scheme dark. What's up, Enzo? Welcome in. This work. I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna hide my screen and go look at an old project. There's a way to do this. Oh, watch this. I'm gonna blow your minds. This works. I was just missing this part. Or not. I don't know why it's loading both. Yeah, I know you can't see the screen right now. Give me a second. I'm not super familiar with UML. Like, UML will help when you're like drawing diagrams and need to discuss stuff with other devs, but it's not universal. I wouldn't say everyone knows it. So this should load this one. And this is the only difference I saw in my old app. It said screen and prefers color scheme. Wait, is that the right syntax for that though? I think especially if you're working with like enterprise or if you're doing object-oriented programming, UML diagrams help to describe the relationships between your objects and classes. Yeah, I don't know why. Both of them are getting loaded. I definitely have like dark theme set, because like when I look at Pico CSS, it chooses the dark theme by default. Regardless, like it shouldn't download both of them. And you coffee, thank you for that Prime. It's possible that yeah, so if I look at this, only darkly is getting loaded. I don't think I see any flatly. So I think technically it worked. I don't know why it downloaded both CSS files. Well, I guess it would have to. It'd have to download both, and then the browser decides which one to display. Right? Right? Yeah. Media Central Dev is saying that. I think it's working. It's technically working. So yeah, this is a thing that you can do. I don't know if anyone realized this, but you can specify that a style sheet should only be loaded based on like if they prefer a color scheme. You actually could put any media query in here, and then it will only actually load that style sheet if it matches the media query. Yeah. So that makes sense. It's working. It's actually working. Now all of our styles are broken though because everywhere we were doing other stuff, like those are links and such. Okay. How long we got 15 minutes left. Over the next 15 minutes, let's rip out and fix the styles. So if we look at boot swatch, specifically at Darkly, we can see how they have a navbar like this. Let's copy this navbar. And then now our navbar component will be this instead. It's going to be tricky to tell the Tailwind plugin that we can specify other classes now, because it doesn't like all those other classes. So there's that, and then this here. item center. That goes there. And then apparently I needed to wrap the whole thing in this div. All right, I think we're there. There. And then that. Oh. Remove the to-do? What was the to-do? Set up Tailwind config theme and colors. Nice. We actually got rid of one to-do by working on this. That goes in one, and then we have the parent div. Not that. This. All right. Let's see what we broke. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So it loaded it. We, however, I think we could use, I believe there's like a, yeah, there's like a green theme color. Button Css, and it's using Bootstrap button hover background. Bootstrap button background for Button Css. If we look at the root, I believe they have a green color in Bootstrap. Yeah, so Bootstrap is the cool thing about latest Bootstrap. It comes with all these variables. We could use the Bootstrap green in as our background color, I do believe. So I have this BS green color. And then I guess, can I combine that with Tailwind? Like, can I use a CSS variable? Yeah. Still bummed. Oh, we're still going to use Tailwind. We're going to use both of them, but we're going to lean on the default styles of Bootstrap, and then we'll use the utility classes of Tailwind. That's my goal anyways. Right now, our twinned thing is broken because it's like it doesn't know what any of these classes are. I'll have to figure out how to tell him what those classes are. What was I doing just now? Oh yeah, so right now we have BG dark. But what I could do is put a style prop on here for now and say background is a var that uses that background, that variable from Bootstrap. Is there a way to use CSS variables in Tailwind? But with that, whoa! Now we get the Bootstrap green. That's cool. Can I do that with Tailwind? I cannot. Yeah, I guess if we override the color, yeah, but if we override the colors, then we're at the point of how we were going to customize Tailwind anyways. I guess, like, yeah, you're right. Technically, we could go in and redefine any of these variables that are, like, at the root of Bootstrap. Excuse me. And then in our global, static global. I mean, I guess what's nice about this is we don't have to define all of the variants. We just have the primary ones. But we could override green. But the thing is, if we override green, we need to override the rest of them, because then the color scheme doesn't match. But we could... Oh. That's the only one we care about? I guess you're right. We don't have to override all of them. We'll just override green. That didn't quite work. I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying, though. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, instead of body root, just literally body. Literally, but yeah, because then it's more specific. Yeah, there we go. You can use custom properties in Tailwind. An example from the docs is text-var myvar. Cool. I did that, but I think that it was an issue with Tailwind not knowing what that var was. Right, so like instead of this style attribute, background var my var, but for whatever reason, it doesn't get set. Background position? Why is it doing background position? That's wrong. I want it to be background color. It is funny though, like I'm technically procrastinating because we're not even working on features. Now we're just working on style. But I don't think I could move forward with the styles the way they are. Like I want to be able to style it as we go, and I want it to look decent. So that's why we are where we are. But can anyone tell me, why did this BG dash for Tailwind set background position rather than setting background color? Because it's set that right. It's just, this is not background position, this is color. Procrastinating watching CJ, that's literally their name. Tailwind was sulking about being used alongside Bootstrap. Yeah, I think I just need to look up in Tailwind, how do we specify background color? Setting the background color. Where is the Tailwind playground? All right, so in my CSS, we will define at the root a variable called bggreen, which is this, like that. So we've got that, and then now over here, we should be able to say so. Did I do that right? No, it's still it's setting background position for whatever reason. They use triple dots for text color? Alright, and then if we see what actually gets rendered here, is it doing the same background position thing? That honestly would be hilarious if it is. This. So that's this whole element is the one we're trying to set the background of. And then if we look at no, this one properly set background color. I guess I added that color thing. So yeah, it definitely wants me to do color, colon. Yeah. That works just fine. Let's see if I don't do color though. Yeah, I think it's just twinned. Did I lose it just now? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we definitely want this to be color colon, like that. And then if that doesn't work, it's just an issue with twinned. Yeah. Cool. Oh, yeah, it'll work with just the color. It will, but I wanted to use my variable, because we've used it with the color before. But the variable is a CSS variable. It's not a JavaScript variable. Regardless, we're almost out of time. We literally did nothing over the last 15 minutes. But what's also nice about this is actually I don't need a custom button component. I can just delete this thing. Gone. And then now on my on my home page where we have that I guess we put it in components on the landing page where we have all these button links. Not a thing anymore. Now we just have an anchor tag with a class of button primary. There we go. Got a button. If I do info, that's closer to the Discord color. was like, why is it empty? We made it empty because we're working on this page. We'll need to update the styles there too. Oh man. This is fine. Let's at least make a button that links off to the page that we had before. So now, on the dashboard, all of that, so I could just do this. Create a list. And then this is just going to link to edit /abc123. Look at that. Width full, height full, flex. Why is it that one little button has taken up the full height? Cool. Because it was flex direction column? That's it. Cool. And then justify center. But get rid of height full because I only want width full. And then put this anchor tag outside of a div. So the parent is flex column center. Do I know how CSS works? I don't know. I don't know if I do. Okay. We have ourselves a good old-fashioned div. It has display flex, flex direction column, justified content center. Align items center? Oh. Yeah, I guess I don't know how I don't know how Flexbox works. There we go. That's what I want. And then now we can add a little bit of padding. Padding 3. Or not padding. I want margin. Margin 3. Look at that. No, I don't want margin because that had scroll bar. So I want margin top 3. So that'll push it down a little bit. Like that. Beautiful. And if I go here, that's awesome. So we need to go to /dashboard /edit /abc123. And then that takes us to our map. I didn't like the button extending all the way across. But if we go back to the dashboard, now it says that. And I think Bootstrap also gives us button large. Like that. Yeah, look at that big old button. Cool. Shark turned up. Thank you for the 8-month resub. You finally caught up while watching it 2 times. That's awesome. Welcome in. We're just about to end, I think. We got nothing done today, except we just griped about Tailwind. And yeah, so now when you log in, it'll take you to your dashboard. And your dashboard will be like, you don't have any lists. And that's basically, that's what Oscar was saying. It's like, you haven't added any spots. Why don't you try adding a spot? But we could have like a little paragraph tag right here. You have not created any lists. Why is that so ugly? Like, I guess I want more spacing. I probably want it in a card. Oh, there's nothing necessarily wrong with Tailwind. It's about my preferences and my development workflow. And also what I want to be spending my time on in this specific app. And styles from scratch are not something I want to be spending my time on. Put the AI image? Yeah. Yeah. Bootstrap plus the theme plus building on top of that theme is my favorite way to style. Yeah. So we were using a thing called Flowbyte, which is like Tailwind UI, but it's too many classes. I don't like all these classes. And then we could have used something like Flowbyte React, which makes it so that we don't have to use all of those classes. But we're not using React; we're using Preact. So there's a lot of reasons, a lot of reasons why we chose to do what we're doing. All right, what if I don't make it a p tag? What if I make it an h2? Beautiful. Awesome. And then what if we pick ourselves a nice little font pair? For our app. So, yeah, this one. This is it. Work Sans and Merriweather. Google Fonts. Yeah, so Font Pair has done the hard work of pairing a good title font and body font. So I talked about it earlier, like with my Wikipedia font. Serif, a serif font should be used for text that's being read. Like if you're reading a lot of text, you don't want a sans serif font. Use that image. The Deno can't find a list. Okay. Can you link it again? I don't want to scroll down. Yeah, see you later, Mark Boots. We're going to end soon anyways, but appreciate you. Have a good one. So this is what a train wreck looks like. Stop it. Stop it. All right, we're going to add regular 400. And why don't you want me to use Google Fonts, American 2050? Everyone using FreshBots will be tracked by Google now. Do you have a better alternative? Where is a place that we can get web fonts that is not Google Fonts? Font Squirrel? Does Font Squirrel give us just a URL that we can embed? Welcome in, Ghetto Mug. The Coding Garden is a place where I like to write code. What I'm doing with that code varies. Like today, I'm working on a specific project that we've been working on for a little over 2 months now. And we're a bit in the weeds. Other days, I'll just solve algorithmic problems, like we do like Code Wars kind of stuff. Other days, I work on my overlays, so like all of the stuff you see on my screen, like this chat window and the drop game. Everyone play the drop game. If you type !drop me, that will drop your avatar from the sky, like that. And then if it lands in the garden, you'll get your name on the screen. So there's Shark Turn Up. Almost? No, they're not going to make it. But so I built that on stream. I built this on stream. We've done other things that work with like the Twitch API and stuff like that. And I have a YouTube channel. You can see some of the recently edited videos. All of those were recorded live on Twitch. So I did some tutorials on building an API. I do Q&As pretty often, where people will just ask me coding-related questions, and I'll try to answer them. And then more recently, we built some apps with like TypeScript and React, and then I went and edited those down and put them onto YouTube. I don't know. At this point in time, I'm having an existential crisis because is that what I'm having? I don't know. We've been working on this app for 2 months, and then I just made a decision about how we're styling it. And we actually didn't get that much work done today. Google Fonts Tree, Merriweather. Can I just import it from GitHub? I don't think I can import it from GitHub. I would need to download these into my app. Yeah, I'm okay with this decision. It's going to save us time in the long run. Yeah. Oh, Bob Ross landed? Great work, everyone. Great work. Font Source. Never heard of it. Self-host open source fonts in neatly bundled NPM packages. Cool. Cool, but so this is awesome. I've never heard of this. Thank you for suggesting that. Who suggested that? Pablo. Yeah, thank you, Pablo. However, we're now in the scenario where we can't import CSS like this. Well, I guess if we used unpackage, we could link to it. Let's see. Or I guess like ES. We wouldn't even need ESN. I guess technically we could use JS deliver. To grab this. Let's see. Yeah. So then we can just straight up add this. Okay, check it out. Check it out. We're not going to be tracked by Google. Look at us. Look at us. Okay. So we load all that in. We're going to load our global styles after we load everything else, so that way we can override stuff. And before we load the global styles, we're going to add that. So that gives us work sans. And then we also want Merriweather. Heck yeah. Okay. And now we'll add another link for Merriweather. And then now in our global CSS, we will say, if it's on the body, the font family is Merriweather. Do I do a comma? And actually, we want to override a bootstrap variable. Where can I find all the bootstrap variables? Aside from just copy pasting them from the browser, I'll just copy paste them from the browser. So if we look at the root element, we specifically want to override bootstrap font sans serif. We have bootstrap body font family. This is what we want to override. You're working on your own project. When it's done, can you sponsor me? I don't take sponsors, surprisingly. And I haven't been sponsored by anyone. Today was kind of an exception because I talked about, do I need commas? I do need commas. I talked about a thing and I posted an affiliate link, but for the most part, I try to stay uninfluenced. Yeah, so the body font family, and I guess technically we'll set sans serif to be work sans. Like that. But I think what we also need to do is we need to override our H1 or H2 or H3 or H4 or H5 and H6. So that the font family is using the variable sans serif. I think. I don't know. Let's see if this worked. This didn't work. Downloadable font. Download failed. So it tried, but it couldn't load those fonts from JS Deliver. Probably because it's not setting the right header types. Oh, I see. And so JS Deliver isn't serving, so it's trying to request the file. Yeah, let's try it with unpackage. See if that'll make a difference. I've never loaded what is the URL? Unpackage.com? So that's Merriweather. And then we'll try to grab work sans as well. If this works, we need to tell the world. We need to tell the world. I think it worked. I can't really tell. Like, this is technically Merriweather, but it looks really bad as Merriweather. Yeah, it's technically working, but I actually don't like the way these look. However, yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying, 0xneo, is like this, so first of all, thanks to Pablo for introducing us to font source, because this is awesome. Like, these are all of these open fonts that are on Google Fonts, but you can just install them directly from npm, which is awesome. But then if you combine that with unpackage like we just did, you essentially get like a Google Fonts like experience where you can just import them directly. And then this, does this work similarly to Google Fonts? But instead of loading from Google servers, they load from Bunny? Who are you, Bunny? Open source privacy first web platform. Zero tracking, no logging policy. Cool. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, we should, if this didn't exist, we should build it. Like, we should just like make a PR to font source so that it links to unpackage. Like that. I don't know. Regardless, we're here. It's technically working. I actually I don't like the way that Merriweather looks when it's in all caps and bold. So I might actually choose a different serif font. Yeah. Why do I want to remote load a font? I didn't want to go through the process of downloading it all into my source file and then committing that to my source code. But yeah, so that's the idea though, KJN, is instead of making the request to Google, you make the request to this third-party service. But here's the thing that you don't think about, is that like Google offers up all of these free services, like, yeah, we'll host your fonts for free. But now every single website that loads data from Google Fonts, Google is essentially keeping track of that. Like they could essentially get your browsing history based on all of the sites that load fonts from Google Fonts. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, wait, what? Did I see the new colors update? Colors to what? Yeah. Yeah. So that's just the thing the thing to think about with Google Fonts. But I mean, I'm guilty of it. Oh, like these colored fonts. What the heck? Like, why are they colored? Fonts can have colors. So yeah, and so you have two options, right? You find some other CDN or you put them on your own server. We just found Bunny, which seems pretty slick. I'd have to look more into it to really know that I can trust them, but it seems like it. They're GDPR compliant and such. So yeah. All right, let's find a better serif font. That's all of that to say. I just want a better serif font. Allegra Bold and Allegra Regular. Allegria? Allegria? I forgot the name of the thing. What was it? Font Space? Font Source. Allegria. Allegria. We're just going to set Allegria and Allegria Bold for everything. I need to make sure I grab the right version from Unpackage. 4.5.8 apparently. Cool, so we have that, and then we now will set it in our globals. So instead of setting everything to work sans, we set it to Allegria. But then whenever it is a header, we set the font weight to 800. Serif fonts just do not look good right here. Like, I can't get over, like, this is, I mean, this, I like this. I like the way that that looks, but I do not like the way that the logo looks. Yeah, and I think that's the other aspect. Like, if I was using Node, absolutely, I could just do an npm install, and then now that font gets bundled with my source code, and I don't have to, it's not pulling from the Google CDN. It's just, that is how I would deploy it from my website. However, I'm not using Node. I'm using Deno, so I can't do this. I can't do this business. Fresh spots should be sans serif. Yeah, so maybe I specifically style that one. Let's look at Nuido. That one is sans serif. I want a serif font, not a sans serif font. So maybe, because I like the way that all of this looks, maybe we just change. I don't know. Should we make it Nuido? Or whatever that default font was? Like, what if I don't overwrite that? We should use Nabla for the logo. It's not here. Can't use it. Guess we could use Roboto. Is not Long's text, so sans serif is good. I guess that's true. That's why we had we would have paired a non. So the title font would be sans serif, and then everything else would be serif. But the font pairing here just said one is bold, one is regular. I'm actually curious though, because there's Elgrea. I don't know if I'm saying it right. And Elgrea Sans. Let's add Elgrea Sans as well, and then that will be our two fonts. That's it. And then in the nav bar, the fresh spots shouldn't be a span. This should be like an H4, which will make it sans serif. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Why did we lose some spacing when we just did that? No. We kind of just want everything to be sans, don't we? Yeah. What are we even doing with our lives? What are we doing right now? Did I miss the closing tag? Oh no, it's right there. I have a auto edit thingy. So if I edit the first one, it edits the closing one. I mean, technically this is a header because it's in the nav bar, right? Right? Oh, and then we put semi-bold on there. How did we just lose our space? Oh, I see. When we're on this page, the nav bar has different styles for some reason. Oh well. I know I shouldn't have spent so much time on this, but here's the thing. I think we just made everything uglier. We definitely made it uglier. Before I end the stream, I need to pick a good font. And I guess we'll just pick a really good sans serif font. We won't pick up a pair. Like I was using Work Sans, and that one's pretty nice. So let's just set Work Sans on everything. I think a lot of the people here work in the IT field. Put your jobs in chat. What is your job title? Put your job title in chat. My job title is human at Coding Garden. But before I quit my job, my title was chief full stack engineer. Right, so what do we got in the chat? We've got software DevSecOps engineer, software engineer, full stack developer, full stack web dev, code maker, network engineer, senior software engineer, IT architect, designer. Choosing fonts ain't much, but it's honest work. It's true. Web developer, lead full stack developer, front end web application developer, head of development. senior software engineer, systems engineer, WordPress developer, freelancer, software developer, senior survey programmer. Interesting. Cola to code converter. Front-end developer, DevOps, code birther. That's hilarious. So many people. But yeah, so I would say most of the people here are engineers. And the Sheboss, thank you very much for that gift. Most of the people here are engineers, meaning like they work on code on a daily basis. But there are some people that also do like... I wouldn't say just IT, because even coding can be grouped under IT. But when I think of IT or information technology, I think more of system administration and maybe like help desk work and stuff like that. And I think there are some people that hang out here that do that as well. But I write a lot of code here, so when I'm deep in the code, the audience probably tends more towards engineers and software developers. I guess automation engineer might be the newest term, where you're actually doing a lot of scripting, but not necessarily like application development. Yeah, Drag James says, that's amazing. I want to be like one of you someday. I'm only 17, and I want to get a head start. Yeah, I would say start learning to code. What are you going to code? I don't know. What interests you? Do you like sports? Do you like games? Do you have hobbies? Pick one of your hobbies and then think of some kind of app or solution that would help with that hobby, and then figure out how to build it. You love sports? Yeah, you could make like a sports tracking application. Or if you play like fantasy sports or something like that, there's a lot of web APIs where you can get access to fantasy sports data. So you could like build a website that lists things about sports. I don't know. But my advice to you is to find something you're interested in and then try to figure out how to do IT or coding stuff related to that, because it'll keep you interested. Yeah, CS50 is a good place to start too. Yeah. That's fun. There's a lot of newbies here. I appreciate you all for hanging out and chatting and stuff. All right. Spring Boot. Right now, most of my work is devs. So this is developer security operations? Is that DevSecOps? Is that what that stands for? And Deep Space says they made a Telegram bot for their team's upcoming matches. So, yeah, teams match. That's sports. That's sports. But you built a thing that helped with the sports. Yeah. How do I stay committed to coding when I don't understand most of the code that I see? I think it goes back to the suggestion that I just made is, at least initially when you start out, you need something that's going to keep you interested. And if you already have existing hobbies and stuff like that, you can figure out ways of coding that line up with those hobbies. That said, it could actually make you hate your hobbies if you start hating to code and then you start hating the fact that you're coding things about your hobbies. But I would say also just take it one day at a time. One day at a time. Like, you're going to be overwhelmed, but take it one day at a time, one thing at a time. You don't have to understand all the stuff. Like, even I don't understand. Like, there's a bunch of code in this file. I mean, I understand most of it, but at any given time, there's just one specific thing that I'm working on, and that's what I'm focusing on understanding. You don't have to understand all of it all at once. Focus on the tiny things. Eventually, the more experience you have and the more work you put into it, the more you will start to have a greater understanding of everything. But yeah, you gotta dial down. Development, security, operations. Cool. I'm 18. Is it fine to lose motivation over time? Yeah, that's just what it's like to be a human. I mean, yeah. I'm at a point in my life where I've lost a lot of motivation. I've lost a lot of drive. I mean, I think the only way to get it back is just make sure you're taking good long breaks. And it's all because of Tailwind. No, it's not. It's not. I'm more so talking about the fact that I'm doing this full time now, and I used to be a employed software engineer. Okay. We need to pick a font. We picked Work Sans. we loaded work sans, and now we're just going to make everything work sans. Great, but then in our layout, we're going to load this one instead. I'm happy with that. It's not amazing, but the font is it's better than what we had. What was the 30 minutes timer for? Oh, I was supposed to be done. I need to leave. Cool. While we're here, though, on my little user avatar button, I'm going to remove some of the CSS classes because it's... there's definitely some hover in here. Yeah, so on hover, background gray, we don't want that anymore. Easy. Cool. I'll look at some programmer humor. The FreshSpots logo is not centered anymore. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's probably because of some of the leftover Tailwind classes. Yeah, there's like some weird padding on it. Oh, there's margin bottom. And that's just defined by Bootstrap. So on the nav bar, can I say margin bottom 0? Yeah, that fixes it. Okay, I'm done. Time to drink a beer and make the list look better on the dashboard. No, I'm done for today. I gotta head out. Yeah, I gotta head out. Have I looked into trying out Stable Diffusion? I haven't, but it would be fun because I know you can get like a model and run it locally. Like I'm on the beta of Dolly, but I haven't done anything locally. Yeah. Pablo says, I had a 6 or 7 years pause from coding, but I've always loved it regardless, and I actually have to say that a big part of what made me love to code is this guy in front of you. Thank you, Pablo. I try to find... I think that's the thing, and like, I mean, we're dealing with it today, just like on the choice of Tailwind or what we're going to use or whatever else. It's so easy to get bogged down in all of like the tech decisions and all of the stuff that's like not actually building stuff. I like to build stuff. I think that's why, I mean, I have I tend toward and I prefer like pre-created components. Like I don't want to do the work of recreating all of that UI stuff. I want to use existing stuff and just like make usable things. Now that's not to say like there isn't any value in actually like creating a component library, because that's a whole different thing. But at least for like the stuff that I was doing today, I would much prefer to use pre-built stuff. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Shark Turnip. Appreciate that. I guess I haven't really checked much. No, that was just this week because I was figuring some stuff out. But I think next week I'll have at least 2 streams. Yeah. Do I still have that on my clipboard? I do. Here we go. Well, I should look. I mean, I don't know who you. I don't know who you, the person that shared the link. I don't know if I've ever looked at a link for me before, so I don't know if I can trust it. Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, I'll show this. Is it a video? The first rule of programming: if it works, don't touch it. It's a cow without legs. Yeah, that's pretty relevant. But we're not following that advice because there's a lot of stuff that was working and we touched it. because we didn't enjoy the developer experience. Though, oh, I see. That's an issue with my layout. So the layout needs to make sure that these things get loaded from the root. So yeah, this needs a slash on here. That's why we were getting weird styling issues on this page. That's better. That's way better. While we're here, let's go ahead and fix this because technically we probably should use like a list group. Yeah, like this. So this is just ul li list group. And then on the sidebar, now instead of all this, or I guess we're already doing it. So ul list group, list group item. And actually, this is a clear way to think about Bootstrap versus Tailwind. So right now, all of these classes are Tailwind, right? And this was the Tailwind way of doing it. And then I have to define all of the styles. We specifically copied this list of classes from Flowbyte because they've done the hard work of figuring out what Tailwind classes you'd need. But if you compare that to, so instead of doing this, with Bootstrap, we just say list group. And then similarly, instead of all of this, we just say list group item. And that should work. Yeah, so now we get these. So that's a clear distinction between the two. Obviously, if you've used Tailwind enough, you know that it is not a replacement for Bootstrap. But for people that are new to it or that have never heard of it, they sometimes think that it might be. Yeah. Hoping for another hour while we're here. No, okay, I'm done now. I'm gonna try to set. Yeah, so I talked about Coding Garden After Dark. I'm gonna work on it over the next 2 weeks, and then I will release the tickets for sale like at least 3 weeks before the event itself happens. So you'll know like if you're going to be available at that time, that kind of thing. So just be on the lookout. But I am going to do it because there seemed like there was enough interest, and it will be fun to just get all like the core members of the community all in the same room. And we can say whatever we want, and we can do whatever we want. It'll be fun. Phoebe says, I just graduated and have no professional coding experience, but a few projects with React. I've taken up a freelance job, and I was thinking I would go with Vue because it looks fun. Should I diversify my portfolio by using Vue or strengthen existing skills and pick React? It's a tough question. I would say if you're trying to find a full-time job doing React, you probably should just use React because then you have more experience with it, and then when you're in your interview for the job where they use React, you can talk about how you used React on this freelance project. That said, if you're just trying to find a job in general, you don't care if it's a React job, then sure, diversify your portfolio, but it depends. Depends on what you're going to do. And hello, Rayla. Welcome in. Damon says you saw a cool version of the drop game. You drop a thing with a parachute, and then you need to cut it with another command just at the right time for it to land on the platform. Oh, that could be an interesting addition. Because you could try to time it where you drop and it has a parachute, but then like you're watching it, and then all of a sudden you're like, all right, cut the parachute now, and then it just drops straight down from there. That could be fun. We could actually just have another command that's like drop zoom, and then wherever you are, it just instantly goes straight down instead of floating. Huh. That's cool. All right. Build my own WebRTC app. Now, I was looking into it. I'm probably going to use Zoom webinars, but I am going to build my own payment web page. So Zoom webinars let you host a webinar thingy for like up to 500 participants. but the pricing looked decent. And then you can generate unique invitation links that only work for the user with that email. So that's kind of like your ticket. And that way people couldn't just share the link with someone to join without paying. I mean, honestly, I don't know how much effort I should put into avoiding people showing up that haven't paid, but I would use something like Zoom webinars, and I would create my own payment page that in turn generated the invite link and they would email it to you. Yeah. Early in your career, more depth would be better. Yeah. I like IPAs. I really like International Pale Ales. Is that what they're called? No, not International. India Pale Ales. I like IPAs, India Pale Ales. Yeah, I'm going to go now. I think we've made it. Yeah, it's going to cost money, but the idea there is like it's helping me I wonder why the word pale is auto-modded. I don't even want to know. Don't tell me why the word pale could mean a bad thing. But yeah, the idea is it will cost between like $1 and $5, and then that will be a source of income for me at least a few times a year. It doesn't drop straight down. There's inertia depending on what direction it was moving. I see. That makes sense. There's more physics involved. Yeah. And what do you got, Oscar? TL draw. Oh, we can all go there and draw together? Nice. And then can I draw? Oh, I can rotate. Nice. Point. Oh, people can upload custom images. That's not okay. See you later, G. Del Strios. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll do that's the last thing we'll do today is we'll look at all the AI images that people posted, and then I gotta go. I'll do it. So that's another potential source of income is if I do a subathon where basically every sub. I mean, you can change how it works, but you can make it so that every sub you get, you have to stream for 10 minutes longer. And people have done subathons where they just have to stay live forever because people keep subbing. People like keep gifting subs and stuff like that. Maybe I'll do that one day. I don't know. That's possible, Shark Turnip. I don't even want to know. I'm just like I don't want to ruin another word. Yeah. And Cam is saying, I've been doing dev work for 7 years. I've lately been wondering if I should give it up. I always overwork myself. Here's what you should do, Cam. Because I was in a similar situation. But I didn't want to do this because there are other priorities and other wishes I had. But if you have no other options, get a job at a large corporation. Get a job at a place where things move really slow and there's tons of bureaucracy. Because if you get a job there, for one, you'll have a decent paycheck, but two, it's less likely that you're going to be overworked because you have to deal with all the politics and bureaucracy and stuff like that. So look into like insurance companies, banks, oil companies, other very large enterprises. And then you'll get a nice paycheck, but you won't have to work as hard. Yeah. I think Free Code Camp is a great way to learn to code. I haven't gone through the curriculum, but just the fact that they have everything scaffolded out the way they do. Is this going to make me log in? How do I just look at the... This is what I want to see. The fact that they have this laid out for you is great, because as a beginner, you have no idea where to start. But if you go here, you're like, oh, all I have to do is just one by one do all of these things, and then I know how to code. Great. This isn't the only way to learn to code, but I think if you're completely self-guided, this is a good way, because it tells you all the things that you need to learn. Odin Project is another good one, but this holds your hand way less. The Odin Project basically says, here are 5 articles and 2 videos. Go read those, go watch those, and by the end of all of that, you should be able to answer these questions. So the Odin Project is closer to the real world because your hand isn't being held through every step. You really have to actually put in the work. Yeah, 100 Devs is great too. Shout out to Learn with Leon if you haven't heard of him. They stream every Tuesday and Thursday, and then I think they do some weekend office hours too. They're in the middle of a cohort right now. I think they're doing like, last I checked, they were doing back-end stuff. But that's a nice community, a nice thing to do as well because they have a community. Like with Free Code Camp or Odin Project, they do have like a Slack and a Discord, but I don't know if there's as much community focus. Whereas with Learn with Leon and 100 Devs, like it's a big community of like thousands of people trying to learn to code and stuff. Yeah. Bananas in pajamas? I don't remember that. I don't. Daily.co? What's that? Oh, yeah, I don't want to write it from scratch, though, because I also would essentially have to... like, let's think about this. I have a 3-hour live stream. And that's... what is this, by the second? Base rate? I don't even know how they would how would it cost. But if you think about it, like let's say I have 100 people watching and I'm streaming for 3 hours, how much would I have to pay to serve up that much video? And it's not cheap. So like services like this could help. I don't know. Yeah. No worries, Camp. I mean, because I've thought about it too. Like eventually, I'm just gonna get a nice, cushy job, and then just save up a bunch of money. Okay. Last thing we'll do before we go. I did not mean to click the one tab button, but apparently we did. But last thing we'll do is we will look at some AI images that people post. So this app we've been working on has to do with dinosaurs because of Deno, which is the runtime, Deno the dinosaur. And so these are, and we're building a maps app. So these are, I guess I'll look at this, but please don't get me banned. Oh wait, are you all like collaboratively designing the UI? Okay, so we've got a dinosaur on a map. We've seen all of these. Did anybody add some other ones? We've got a dinosaur with limes from Lime Oats. Dinosaur holding a map. I haven't seen this one. That's awesome. Dinosaur with a hat holding a map. Whoa, this is cool. It's from It's Me Delano. These look like claymation almost. It's a dinosaur that is a map. That's cool. I'm a big fan of that. A little dinosaur looking at a map. This is super interesting to me that the AI interpreted like bones and dinosaurs that are the actual countries and are the actual map. Yeah, so these were all generated using AI. I don't know what people use. You could have used like Midjourney or DALL-E or various other things. This is art. This is cool. Yeah, so Delano used Midjourney. Cool. All right, that was fun. All right, we're gonna go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you are not a sub, you can use this raid message. You can also come up with your own raid message. You posted another one? It's too late. It's too late. We're already too far gone. Check out my YouTube if you haven't yet. All of the VODs from Twitch get uploaded there, but that just reminded me that there's one VOD that didn't get uploaded that I need to upload. So check out the Twitch. I have a Twitter. I tweet when I go live. Sometimes I tweet useful and interesting things. I mostly just tweet when I go live. I have a mailing list. I mentioned it earlier, but if you were having issues signing up, please DM me on Discord. I want to debug that, figure out why. But also, join the mailing list. I send out an email when I go live, and then if I have updates, I'll send out an email as well. That's it, that's all. Let's go on a raid. You all are awesome. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for your input. Thank you for being a part of the community. It's always a fun time, even though we didn't really get that much done today. I guess we never do. It's incremental. It's little by little. But even so, I still had a good time. And I appreciate you all for hanging out with me. So, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.